Okay, we are back from closed session. City Attorney, do we have any reportable action?
No reportable action.
With that, we will adjourn the Selma City Council special meeting and we will reform for our regular meeting at 6 p.m.
Like the 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, we're going to get started with our Selma City Council regular meeting. It is August 7th, 2023. It is 6:01 PM in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation is led by Pastor Joe Alvarez of the Iglesia Antioquia. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we just thank you for this opportunity just to put everything in your hands, Heavenly Father. As always, we depend upon your Holy Spirit just to guide us, and God, just direct us to do your perfect work. In the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you and we love you with all our hearts, and we all say,
Amen.
Amen.
Ready, salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Right, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions. To better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation, items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. To limit city's liability, please address your comments to the city council. Does anyone have any oral communications at this time? Come forward, please.
A question about freedom, Nebraska between Dockery and Pacific,
What's your name, sir?
Cyrus. And that road is deteriorating from all the trucking that goes through there, and it's an accident waiting to happen. And I want to know if anything can be done.
The location again, sir?
Nebraska is between Dockery and Pacific. That's where you got the trucking companies, and then you got that transit that you're doing back there in the over there by the storage. And that road is real bad.
Thank you for letting us know that. We'll take that under advisement. Can you make sure that you leave, sir? Can you make sure you leave your contact information with our city clerk?
I will.
Thank you. Anybody else have any oral communications at this time?
We'll go back 3670 McCall. Just want the council to know that we are in beginning the process to change Little League. It's been in Selma for 72 years to Cal Ripken baseball. We're returning back to Cal Ripken after a 4-year absence.
Okay. It's good to know. Thanks for that, Will. Anybody else with any announcements? Do we have anybody online or on the phone? Okay, with that, we will get to tonight's special presentation, which is the retirement, say it ain't so, appreciation for Fire Chief Robert Peterson.
Evening, City Manager Fernando Santillan, This is a very bittersweet moment for me as we bid farewell to our longtime chief, longtime servant of the fire department, Chief Rob Peterson. Chief has come up through the ranks with the City of Selma Fire Department. He was a volunteer for about 6 years before he became a firefighter, then worked his way up to engineer, was a captain for 14 years. And then he's been the chief for the last 5 years, and he has served in that capacity with the utmost responsibility and loyalty to the city, and has been an exemplary leader to all the firefighters, to the entire fire department, but also to the entire organization. It's always difficult to lose a partner like Chief Peterson because they're tough to find. Someone like him who is just literally just comes to work every day to do his best and to serve the community in the best way that he can. We're very lucky because he's left the department in a great condition and just ready to take the next step to the next level. He's built a foundation with great staff, a great organization. He's built up the EMS division, something that is not easy to do. We formerly had American Ambulance. Now we're fully served by the City of Selma Fire Department EMS division. And that's no small feat. And I thank Chief Peterson for all of his work, his diligence in making sure that that happens, and also for building a great team that we can continue to rely on. So now it's my pleasure and honor and privilege to present this plaque on behalf of the city council, city staff, to Robert Peterson in recognition of your service to the citizens of Selma. Your commitment and dedication to the community is greatly appreciated. The Selma City Council thanks you and congratulates you on your retirement, November 2000 to September 2023. Thank you.
I'm gonna stand over here so my back is not at council or anybody else, but I'm gonna try to get through this as best I can. Thank you, city manager, for those kind words. My wife, Chris, is in the audience. I gotta thank her. Breath, deep breath. For allowing her to do the job the way I wanted it to do it. I'm in a lot of nights with radios going off, and I've always said I responded to more fires off duty than I did on duty. And took a lot of time, away. Like I said, the radio would be going off at all hours of the night, and she only elbowed me once or twice over the 23 years. So I thank her. It truly was, many, my family's history. So it truly was a dream come true. 23 years ago when I got this opportunity. Been a lot of talk about, how quickly I'm gonna miss this job. And I know that I will at some point. I got a few weeks left, but what I do know is you all, I will miss the day I walk out the door. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Your wife
bring
want to come up with
Come on.
take that picture?
Okay, on the count of three.
Congratulations. Oh.
And while the fire department gets ready for the photo, we are planning a reception for Chief Peterson, which we will keep everyone posted on the date as it gets closer to the date of his retirement.
Count of three. One.
My wife, sorry, wife, Sam and Vanessa. And Kelly. Kelly's back there too. Kelly.
All right. Be good with 15 minutes? Is that good? Okay. With that, we'll take a 15-minute break and go have some refreshments in honor of Chief Peterson. program they have over there. Very nice. Okay, so we're on the consent calendar, I think. Oh, no problem. Yeah. It's one of those nights. All right, we're back in session. We're moving on to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does anyone have any items they'd like to remove tonight?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to remove item 2.
Okay. I'd like to remove item 3, the check register. Okay, item 2. Oh, is there a motion to approve item 1?
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, thank you. Item 2.
Okay, that is. My question is for the Fresno County Transit, wait a minute, consideration of variance resolution to receive the City of Selma's allocation of 23 and 24 Measure C funds. And my question is, does this only apply to city roads or can it apply to sidewalks as well?
Yeah, we can use it for sidewalks as they're part of the streets. ADA compliance typically applies to sidewalks.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because I still, I know that Mr. Horn was working with Mr. Gonzalez in regards to his sidewalk. And that would be something if we can revisit his property again as to,
Mhm.
because he's right in the corner. And I think that would be something where they may be able to use the ADA compliance there for him.
So most of these funds have already been budgeted towards existing CIP projects. And that was part of the CIP program that we brought for the adopted fiscal year. If the council wishes to make any changes, to accommodate something like that, I mean, that would be the council's call.
Okay, so you're saying that all these funds have already been allocated to,
To CIP
CIP
projects, street
projects,
projects.
okay.
Mhm.
and we can revisit.
If the council as a body would like to reallocate those funds, absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, I think we had discussed that in the past and said that maybe there's a different way we should bring it back and start analyzing, because we found that there were other places that we needed to look for.
Right.
Remember, we had that meeting?
I agree. There
Yeah.
are items that
We had-
pop up during the year. If we could
Mhm.
allocate.
Well, I think we were talking and we had discussed that in the past practice was, we'd go from A through D on our streets, right, on the allocation. But then we found that, through that there was some importance in looking at what the need versus what the street were. And we had discussed that maybe next year we would start talking about allocating different ways.
Yeah, currently, the way we're doing it is we're looking at the condition of the pavement and where the gaps in sidewalks are and ADA. We're not looking at it from, alphabetical perspective. It's more, where is the biggest need within the city, in terms of the pavement condition and those kinds of things.
Right.
But if there's a different formula that the council would like us to explore, then, we're certainly open to that.
I recall Mr. Gonzalez coming to council and saying they they stopped like right in front of his house. I mean, it was an ongoing project. It just concluded in front of his house. So I think he has a situation where I don't think it would involve a lot of additional construction to do that, to add that sidewalk. But I just don't think the funds were there. So I'd love to revisit that and other worthy projects like that in the future, if that's a possibility.
Go ahead. Oh, no, just so I'm clear. Well, go ahead, Councilmember.
So my understanding of this that we're approving tonight is because during the FCTA meeting, this was just basically an extension of what was already, like you mentioned, allocated from before, and this was just taking it from when it expired through 2024.
Yeah, every year we get an allocation through the Measure C extension. And so this is what we had anticipated receiving for the current fiscal year. And it's just more of a formality than anything. Yeah.
I had a question about the alleys. The city is, and I know Mr. Horn's not here, maybe I should hold on to this until the next
Or we can
meeting, or I
attempt to
can
answer it.
email it. There's an alley that is off of Oak. I just had an email from a citizen. Okay, it's the alley behind Chestnut and right next to Floral. And it got passed over on the last one, but the citizen texted me that it looks like the city's getting ready. They're prepping, they're striping it, they're painting it. It looks like there's some prep work going on. Does that ring a bell? I probably you wouldn't know it off the top of your heads, but if you could let council know just if that's imminent work there, and I can let citizen know.
We'll send a follow-up. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Item 3, the check register, just a couple of questions.
You make a motion?
We could do it 2 and 3. Is that okay with council?
Yeah.
Take it all together, 2 and 3? Okay. Item check number 82059, Kimball Midwest Spray Paint Streets. Is that removal of graffiti, or is that just spray paint just to indicate that there's something going on there? Is it like spray painting over graffiti?
No, spray paint is so when we do markings for 811 calls, underground utilities, we need the spray paint to mark the streets and sidewalks. That's what that
Oh,
refers
USA,
to.
yeah.
Mhm, exactly.
And then one item down the list, 82067, Pro Force Law Enforcement, PD Firearms and Equipment, 48,968. Is that Measure S? Is that paid for under Measure S?
No, I believe we took that out of capital outlay.
That was in general fund.
It was general funding. That was pre-budgeted, sir. 22-23 fiscal year 22-23.
Got it.
So I apologize. Don't know exactly.
Would that be under category? If it was Measure S, I just don't remember. Did we put it like G, or do we ever indicate that on the check register? So I don't have to ask that again.
Category, oh, in terms of grant or reimbursement? No, we only indicate that if it's a grant or reimbursement. Measure S is not considered either of those.
Got it. And then Selma Unified School, the admin fuel, it's pretty similar every month. My question is, we've been getting a lot of emails about it being down. What's up with the fuel out there?
The pumps were broken, and because of just the inability to get the parts to fix the pumps, it just was delayed. My understanding is that if not all of the pumps have already been restored to service.
So it's the pumps themselves that are breaking down?
Correct.
Got it. And it's hard to get them
Repaired.
repaired.
Mhm.
Last item for me, 82114, ambulance billing. We don't have the chief here, so maybe I can hold on to this till the next one, but I don't recognize Uso Sharp is the billing. I know we go outside for ambulance billing. Is that a new vendor?
No, that's our existing vendor.
Did they change their name, or? I just
We,
wanna say-
last year we changed billing providers, but they have been our consistent vendor.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions on the check register? Is there a motion to approve items 2 and 3?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to regular business. It's a presentation by the Chriscom Company. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Renee Misakian here from the Criscom Company to give an update on Criscom's activities for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and City Manager. Thank you for allowing me to give our report this evening. So first, I just want to give a brief description about the political climate, and then I'll give a little more detail about some of the work that we have done previously. So as you probably know, the legislature is dismissed right now. They're on summer recess and they should be back in August on the 14th. The Department of Finance has released its updated multi-year general fund forecast, reflecting the recently signed 2023 California state budget package. This forecast is required by Prop 2 and has become crucial in annual budget negotiations. The forecast incorporates May 2023 state tax revenue estimates. And according to the Department of Finance, the general fund's major tax revenue sources are expected to decrease from $219 billion in 2021 to 2022 to $202 billion in 2022-2023 and $198 billion in 23-24. The forecast shows a decline in total general fund expenditures with a deficit of $14.3 billion in the special fund for economic uncertainties projected for the 2024-2025 years. To address this deficit, corrective actions like drawing down reserves, spending reductions, revenue increases, fund shifts, or borrowing may be required. Looking ahead, the Newsom administration will begin estimating next year's budget problems or surplus November of this year, with the governor's January 10th, 24 budget proposal providing the first formal estimate of the 24-25 budget, whether it's going to be a surplus or not. The Newsom administration has released California's annual post-budget monthly cash flow estimate, projecting monthly state cash flows from July 23 to June 2024. The estimate is based on the administration's revenue and spending estimates from 2023 and 2024 budget, which was passed by the legislature this past June. Despite the IRS imposed delay of high-income taxpayers' tax payment, the estimate foresees a need for only around $10 billion of temporary cash borrowing from other state funds to general fund in November 2023, leaving more than $80 billion in available balance in the non-general fund accounts, including any rainy day fund reserves. The unprecedented state treasury liquidity has increased reserves, indicate a remarkable change in California state budgeting over the past 15 years, providing resilience to tackle future budget challenges. Furthermore, the estimate suggests that no external cash flow borrowing, such as revenue anticipation notes, will be required in the 2023-2024 fiscal year. So that's a lot of, legal words and stuff. As you know, this past year, the deficit for California was pretty big. And so the funding that a lot of cities were able to get through the budget wasn't as generous as it had been before, and it wasn't as generous as we had hoped for our city. We are already beginning to work on next year's. Like this says, it starts in January. So during the fall, right now is when they get back in session, is when we'll be up in Sacramento and we'll be talking to people, trying to make sure that they know that Selma needs these funds and that we're hoping and we believe that next year is going to be a better year for Selma because of the deficit. And there's a few other strategic things that we have in our pocket. So we're hoping that it will be better next year. And we are currently working on trying to see if we can secure some federal funds as well, because that is on a different timeline. That is in November. So we are working on trying to get some federal funds too. But so currently we're working on the federal and state. We will start back again shortly. And I know we have, I don't think our list has changed on what the requests were since we didn't get them and these projects still need to be taken care of. But we will still plan on meeting with the city manager and any department heads. And if council has any other recommendations as well on, do we want to have the same requests or do we want to have anything different that we want to ask for the 2024-25 budget? So, earlier today, I did send Fernando the California state budget. It's a pretty big packet, as well as our Sacramento snapshot that we do send biweekly, that just sort of gives information on what bills legislatively, what's going on, what the city might want to be interested in, things like to just make note, and we kind of give a status on some of the ones that we feel are important. So, and I believe you all have that in your email. So I don't know if if anyone has any questions or comments, I'm happy to try and answer.
Questions from council at this time?
I do, Renee. I know we're always looking for funding and hopefully getting some funding, but can you just remind me again for the federal funding? What was our priorities at that time, or what do you still have pending?
We had some infrastructure and traffic and certain circulation improvements for the federal, but because we didn't get the state funding that we hoped with Pioneer Village, we're trying to see if we could maybe shift our federal request and try to get something for Pioneer Village, since like I said, they haven't really signed that hasn't really come into fruition yet. So we're trying to work on the Pioneer Village and infrastructure with that. So that's what we're currently working on right now for federal.
So you didn't get anything for the city this year?
We did not, unfortunately, because of like I said, the deficit, the request. We worked with members trying to get the request in. The request unfortunately wasn't able to be made. So we are planning on that request being put in by, whether it's by Assembly Member Arambula or Senator Caballero, however we can get that in there. We plan on making sure that does get made for 2024-2025.
No, many years ago, you helped us with the PD. You're instrumental in that. Thank you again for that. Look at the station. It's just beautiful. Now we're trying to build a fire station. We need body cams for our PD. There's a lot of need out there. So I'm just hoping that you're staying really close to the city manager in terms of, the needs that the city has for the future. And it'd be great to see a list of what you're working on and be updated on that list of what you're working on.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I do have biweekly conversations, updates with the city manager. And so we know the scope and we know what the city's needs are. And like I said, sometimes because of the deficit, members of the Assembly and the Senate, they only had like a small pot to work with. And so we were not in that, but we will do everything we possibly can to make sure that we are in that for 2024-2025. So I have a positive feeling.
A grant writer this year? Is there a grant writer on staff for the city?
The position is currently vacant, but
Okay.
we do have it budgeted.
But when that position is filled, those folks, the person will work closely with Chris Com as well,
Absolutely.
right? Coordinate the efforts, just double the efforts. Sounds
Correct.
great.
And Mr. Mayor, we will, because we do grant writing for other cities. And if anything comes up with public safety, I will make sure that we send those over to the city manager so he knows that there's certain, like whether it's, cameras, body cam, bulletproof vests, whatever it is, we'll make sure that he knows that these are coming up. And, if it's something that the PD or whatever can't do internally, we'll see if there's anything that we could do to help assist. We'd be happy to do that, because we do have a list and we know what's kind of going through, and we're happy to.
Saw that on the check register, 48 grand for, weapons and protective equipment. It's just really expensive.
Yeah,
Public safety is so expensive and so worthwhile, so necessary.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Just open it up to the public. Did anybody have anything they'd like to say at this point? Have any questions for Renee, Chris Com, the city's lobbyist? Do we have anybody online or on the phone who'd like to say anything at this time, City Clerk, PIO?
As a reminder to those that we see online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mr. Nelson, did you have any questions for council at this time? Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised.
Great. With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Do any council members have any items they would like to bring up with Renee for ChrisCom at this time? All right. Thank you very much for coming out and for your presentation. We look forward to a really good year.
We do too, Mr. Mayor. And again, I thank you for allowing me the privilege to be here. As I'm sure you guys all know, I grew up next door and I don't live in the valley anymore, but it's always a privilege to come home. This will always be my home. So I'm happy to be here. And you guys all have my number. I'm always available anytime you need me, ask me any questions or want me to look into something. We're happy to do that. So thank you so much.
You say hello to Chuck.
I will. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, moving on to item 5, planning and development project update.
So before you is the quarterly development project update. Trevor Stearns, contract city planner, will be presenting the PowerPoint for this item. As we stated previously, we kind of revamped the way we present this to the council in terms of a PowerPoint with the project information regarding where the project is in the process. And then we've also added notes of the current update of each project, which is included in your agenda packet.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Trevor Stearns, Contract City Planner. As Deputy City Manager Jerome has mentioned, staff has prepared a presentation for you this evening, going over exactly what Jerome had mentioned. As you'll see, if we can go to the next slide. As you see, the format is relatively similar. That's because we wanted to maintain that consistency between each of the updates, and you can see how the projects progress over time. So what you'll see as the project moves on to other stages or the next stage of the development timeline, you'll see that some of the font gets bolded and changes, just clearly indicating where it's at in the process. Otherwise, staff is also going to be making updates, during each item as a presentation. So number 1 here on the project list is the McCall Apartments located on McCall Avenue and Nelson Boulevard. The update here for this project is that there hasn't been any change relative to the project moving on to the next step, which is the building permit issued. We're still at the building permit application submittal phase. We met with the applicants and we are moving the project forward. They applied for their CUP extension, which was approved in July. And so with that being said, the application was extended so that they have a little bit more time in order to prepare the necessary documentation in order to have a complete application when they submit for a building permit. So that includes, the grading plans, the improvement plans, all of that good stuff. That all needs to be submitted and consistent in order for the city to accept that and then continue processing it. And also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them at any point. I don't want to have to wait till the end if you guys have any questions. So,
Trevor, I just have a quick question.
Yes.
Once we get to the building permit issued, my understanding they have a year for completion. Is that correct?
I believe so. They have to at least have I believe the municipal code states that they have to start construction and work towards completing the project. So they have to at least start construction and move towards making an effort to move towards completing the project construction wise.
And if I could add, it's really any sort of part of the development. An issued grading permit would extend the conditional use permit and consider the project more vested than anything because they've started development of the site. So with the CUP being extended, the next step for them would be provide updated construction documents. As council is aware, we updated this to the 2023 California Building Code. The prior plans were not under the 2023 building code, so they're having to update those plans, pay appropriate development impact fees to have the permit issued, prepare grading plans, and then go about development of the site. But the CUP was extended to allow them extended time to.
Is this
achieve
the
that.
Mr. Nelson project?
This is the Nelson Apartments, yes,
Got it.
on the southeast corner, yes.
Slide, please. So this is the Amberwood Track project located on the east side of town near the middle school. Over there near Dockery Avenue, just north of Stillman and south of Nelson Boulevard. This project has not made it to the next stage just yet. The city's waiting on the submittal of improvement plans and a final plan. The project is subject to the completion of the Amberwood sewer trunk line that serves that project, and it's a condition of the project. So we're working closely with the applicant and the development team on that topic. The city council has approved the agreement for the reimbursement agreement for the loan of the Amberwood trunk line. So we are duly moving forward through that process. So the applicant is just, or the developer is waiting on that picking up speed, and then we can move forward through that process.
So do we have an update in regards to the project getting, moving to the next, because we're still a ways,
So-
quite a bit of ways.
As Mr. Stearns mentioned, the biggest thing holding it up right now is getting the financing for the sewer line. And we're currently waiting for a credit rating for the city to be able to obtain the financing. So we are due an update this week on whether we've obtained a rating yet to go out for a bond.
Slide, please. So this project is the McCall Estates project, and the project was submitted a few years ago, and we've been working with the applicant in order to get them a complete application. This project has a few entitlements associated with it, so there's a lot of working pieces that go along with that. The main component that we're working with is the coordination between LAFCO and the applicant at this point, and what is required for the project to move forward. This project is a considerable distance away from the existing city limits and the city's sphere of influence. So therefore, it requires some additional work in order to get the application entitled. With that being said, staff has also noticed that a disadvantaged and unincorporated community is between the project site and the city's city limit line and sphere of influence line. And so we are looking towards being compliant, not only with state law, but LAFCO law, in order to include disadvantaged unincorporated communities wherever we can as a part of the annexation and SOI expansion of projects. So we are working with the applicant and LAFCO, both hand in hand, in order to achieve compliance with those state and LAFCO laws. Here we have the Raven track map. This is another residential subdivision map at the northern portion of the city. This project is under revisions due to some coordination conflicts with CID and the project itself. So we've had meetings with the Consolidated Irrigation District in regards to an easement, a prescriptive easement that allows for CID to have drainage rights across their property. And so when the project was submitted to staff had flagged that specific easement on their title report. And so we were exploring that a little bit more with CID and the applicant together. And so with that being said, the map may change a little bit. You can kind of see on the map itself on the right-hand side figure there, kind of where the tree line is on the northeastern portion of the project. that's a clear indication of where that easement is. There's has been historical drainage between the canal that's located on the east side there and the pond between both of the red parcels that are indicated up on the map itself. So you can see that the easement there is obviously visible.
Trevor, how frequent do you meet with CID?
CID is a part of, I would say most, if not every, routing that we have in terms of new development. So they always are receiving updates or requests for review of specific projects as we receive them and we route them out. So we keep consistent communication with CID.
We also have a conference call scheduled for this week to discuss this project further on Thursday. So we have reached out to them in terms of discussing this project specifically, as well as other project related issues related to CID, as well as city related issues related to CID.
Only reason I ask is because just by looking at your format, it's a long ways out. I mean, we've been like this for, I'm going on 5 years. And people keep saying, well, when is the Raven Estates coming? You know, I mean, they asked for them. So this is still a good ways out. I mean, we're looking by this for probably another 5 years. I hope not. Yeah. But okay. Thank you. Maybe we'll get a good update in your next meeting.
And on to the next project is the Casa de Villa Apartments. This project has been moving forward. Right now, we're in the CEQA review phase and also the review of technical studies. So we are working with the applicant's technical consultants on getting those completed. We just sent back our latest comments on the traffic impact study and VMT analysis. So we'll be looking forward to receiving comments and revisions back from them. But we are close on finalizing or receiving the draft document of the CEQA analysis. So once that is then reviewed and accepted, then we can start the public routing period for that document, in addition to the internal city routing for consistency with the Selma Municipal Code. And so after that gets completed, then we'll be looking towards taking this to public hearing. And this is one of the projects that the city council will actually be the decision-making body on. Questions on this one? Next project, we have the Highland and Nebraska project. This project is in a similar situation to Casa de Villa. We are working with the applicant to get the CEQA document and the technical studies all in order. And so we're reviewing the VMT analysis memo right now. We've sent back comments recently. And so at this point, we're waiting on the resubmittal of the CEQA document, which can be a timely process in terms of the whole scope of the project. So we're working closely with them in order to move the project forward. So we're looking forward to getting the completed draft of the CEQA document back from the technical consultants, since we sent over those revisions just recently.
How's that been, the CEQA? Is the new standard increase the time it takes to get CEQA approval, the VMT, or is it reduced that amount of time?
It varies from project to project. I think it's really a matter of the applicant's understanding of the process, the technical consultant's understanding of the process, because there are projects that will screen out under VMT depending on size, number of trips. And that's really what we try to maximize is the capability of screening out projects to try and streamline the environmental review process. Unfortunately, some projects due to size don't screen out, and then you have to go through a more robust analysis to determine emissions, you know, as they're related to the project in comparison to the vehicle mile traveled, which is, you know, the requirement under the law. I'm just loud, sorry. So from the standpoint of staff And throughout the region, it's still somewhat of, a feeling out process in terms of process for CEQA and VMTs. However, from the standpoint of our understanding, we don't feel like it's been a significant challenge for staff to move projects forward because the technical consultants that we've worked with have a clear understanding or they've been involved in the development of regional guidelines. So in short, no.
Is it helpful to be on the west side as opposed to the east side to be closer to all that shopping?
I think it's more dependent on the project type. If you have a mixed use project, you get some internal capture of traffic trips. So a project that is multifamily and commercial, you'll have some internal reduction because the assumption is some of the people may frequent the commercial areas. So you get some reduction there. And it's also the size of the project. You've seen some of the other projects that come through that are much bigger. They're going to have to do an EIR regardless. So the environmental review process is going to take longer. It's the smaller projects that can screen out that typically have been an initial study and mitigated negative declaration that you've seen similar timeframes because they've been able to screen out under VMT. So I don't know if it's necessarily a locational issue as it relates, but when you talk about locations in the cities, you're talking more about the impacts to intersections, which is an LOS issue more than a VMT issue.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Any other questions on this project? Up next is the JNC trucking project located just on Nebraska Avenue between Dockery and Pacific Avenue. This project has moved on to the grading permit application submittal phase. So in terms of where the process was at the time of the previous development update presentation, we issued the final action letter, the conditions of approval for the site plan. Now they have reviewed those conditions, submitted the grading plan, and now we are in the back and forth phase of reviewing the grading plan, providing comments, and receiving those revisions. And so we are working with the applicant and their engineering team in order to rectify any of the issues that we have flagged on the grading plan, and we're moving forward with the with the process.
I know when the folks asked me to come out for that meeting, I think we were all there. And it went from a paving project to they had to do a little more to take account of future development. Has that gone along better? I haven't heard from the business owners in a while, the location owners. It seemed like one of the issues was there was too much that they were being required to do potentially. Has that been straightened out with the next phase?
As part of the project approval, there were two issues. There was the fact that the project was not proposing any major improvements. So the frontage improvements, I think, was the issue there. And the city was looking at doing a CIP project, I think, along the frontage.
Fencing or something.
Something along those lines. But I think the city was planning a project along that section in Nebraska. So having the two dual projects, they were able to defer some improvements until they do maybe a larger portion at an office or something along those lines. However, there has been some some discussion with the property owners over site improvements and the requirement for asphalt versus gravel. And that's, I think, where the conflict is now, where they propose to put asphalt. The municipal code requires asphalt, and now they're asking not to do asphalt. So that's a part of, I think, the rub right now.
Got it. Thanks for that.
Next, we have the gas station located at 1630 2nd Street. It's on the southern corner of 2nd and Young, just off of the northbound California State Route 99 off-ramp. The project has been deemed incomplete. We are working with the applicant in order to get a complete application. There had been several emails to the applicant itself to submit a complete site plan along with all the required application materials for the various applications here. We have a change of zone, general plan amendment, and a site plan and a CUP for the development of that parcel with a future gas island and convenience store. So with that also is a proposal to remove the sign structure and relocate it with a new sign.
Is that a condition of moving forward the construction? Get rid of that big sign there.
I mean, the requirement is there now to remove the sign structure as a public nuisance. As the council recalls, we're currently awaiting a warrant to be issued for giving us permission to enter the property and remove the sign ourselves. This project application is so far from complete at this point that we anticipate having to remove the sign before any kind of construction starts at this point. And I don't know if the city attorney has any updates on the sign removal warrant.
Waiting for her court date.
Thank you.
So that's my update.
Next project, we have the Rose Avenue track map. This project has been reviewed by the city in terms of completeness, and we sent back comments regarding the overall design of the project. Staff had noticed when we received the application of the horizontal rectangular outlot that's located on the eastern side of the project site. This project is a continuation of the Country Rose Estates neighborhood. And so that would effectively be the continuation of that same neighborhood. However, we do have a concern where they have located that outlot in terms of what is being shown there as a part of the project being a proposed basin and or open space. And so as we've communicated to the applicant, we would like to see there's a specific plan just north of this site that encompasses the Amberwood project called the Amberwood Specific Plan that was approved some years ago, I believe in 2015, 2016. And as a part of this project, it's outside of the specific plan, but we've requested that they update their map to show consistency with that specific plan, as an integral part of that specific plan is to account for the high transmission power lines that run through the specific plan area. And coincidentally, this project is also impacted by the same high power transmission lines, therefore limiting the ability to develop on the area that the easement and those power lines sit on. So that's why we have that outlet being shown there. However, we would like to see some improvements consistent with the specific plan as a part of this project as well.
What's the size of an easement around a power line? It's pretty big,
Usually it's 50 feet either side,
50 feet.
either side. I mean, it varies from transmission line to transmission line. So there's also limitations on what can be built under the transmission line. So things like trails that still allow them to get to their transmission lines for maintenance are typically allowed. A drainage basin or some other feature in that facet typically isn't allowed under the PG&E easement. So that's part of the reason why we've sent comments back to them to consider relocation of the basin or do some analysis of the existing storm drain system to determine if they can connect to the storm drain system and not have a basin at all. I mean, if we can get them to an existing basin, we don't have another facility to maintain. We excavated an existing basin, maybe get some maintenance in an existing basin, and
Was there one in the Amberwood specific plan, 2015?
I believe they have an infrastructure master plan for various basins or drainage swales that would be part of that plan.
Maybe they could hook into that one and use that one.
I mean, there's an existing storm drain line at the entrance to the subdivision to the west that they would connect to, which would likely be much cheaper than connecting northward into a basin and pushing water uphill perhaps. So, you know, there's an existing one within probably about 500 feet. And that's what we've sent them is the information regarding that system that they can run calcs to determine capacity needed in the existing basin system that may be more cost effective for them. In terms of the location of the easement, putting a basin would likely have to be maybe a temporary basin that maybe comprises a couple of lots because you can't put the basin underneath the transmission towers. So this is all part of the analysis and the review that we go through at the initial submittal and try and get them comments to formulate a project that can be reviewed and approved without significant revision, because a tentative map still has to be found in substantial conformance with the final map. If you have to make a lot of changes, you may have to do an amended tentative map, and we don't want them to go through an unnecessary process.
Next project, and as Jerome mentioned too, we have several subdivision maps kind of on the burners here at the city. And it's very important for staff to communicate all of the requirements and needs of a subdivision map that the city has, whether that be compliance with the municipal code and general plan. Those are all very important to be reflected in the completeness reviews and the initial meetings that we have with these developers or applicants. And so that's why typically with some of these projects, as they're getting moving, when we receive applications being submitted, we take those in and we have those conversations. And then once we get something a lot more concrete, then we can go on and then we can start proposing doing CEQA and getting the technical studies done, because it's very, it could be disastrous for projects if we don't provide that information and they have to revise those technical documents and those CEQA documents, because those are timely studies that take, weeks, maybe a couple months to prepare. And so that's why we're having this constant communication with these developers in order to solidify their project, and then we can move that solid project forward. With that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
This will be discussed at length on Wednesday at 8:30 at the development workshop.
Didn't want to steal your thunder, but just a little precursor. So this project, the Thompson Estates project, we've been working with the development group and the Giannis construction team to see their project move forward. And we've gone back and forth with the design of their project and how it correlates with the designation and the dedication of the future park, as we're working with their group. And in addition, the location and the construction of a storm drain basin that's also off their site as well. So this project is particularly interesting in the fact that, as you see where the project is being proposed on the aerial, you see the development stops along the Saginaw alignment. That's where the city, that in this instance, that's where the city limits and SOI are located. And so as a part of this project as well, because they're proposing facilities off-site, such as the storm drain basin, we're working with LAFCO to ensure that we are compliant with LAFCO laws and regulations, in addition to state laws and regulations, as we propose annexations and sphere of influences.
Will the park be near the storm drain basin, or where will the park be located?
Just adjacent.
Yeah, the storm drain basin for the project will not be located on the park site. It will be located on the developer's property.
And that's within the city limits.
It'll be part of the annexation. The storm drain basin is proposed south of the Saginaw alignment. So if you take a look at the site plan where it says remainder, and it's 358,000 and change square feet, the proposed drainage basin will be on that property south of Saginaw.
It's the Giannis construction development.
That's correct.
And
And
the
then the
park's
park-
going to go on independent of the housing at first.
Yes, that's correct. Next project, we have the bubble wash renovation project. This project has received a final action letter and it moved on from the, I guess, typical planning procedures. And we are now looking forward to the applicant submitting a building permit application and getting those documents all in order for us to move forward with that that development process there. So we had a kind of a closing out meeting with the applicant team, and they're looking very much forward to moving the project forward. And we reviewed the conditions of approval with them, and so we are anticipating that they're going to be submitting for building permits sometime here soon, and then we can move that project forward. That's located on the northwest corner of Floral and Whitson. Next, we have the Raj Apartment Project. This project was approved in similar time with the Bubble Wash renovation project, and this project is in a similar stage. We are waiting on the applicant to submit for a building permit application. As you know, the preparation of building documents, grading documents, improvement plans, those can take quite some time in order to get completed and consistent also with the conditions of approval. So getting a team on board and getting that taken care of, that can take some time for developers or applicants to go through. So we are in constant communication with these applicants, just wanting to see if there's any updates on their end. So we'll be waiting on responses from them and waiting on the submittals of those permits.
Just a quick question, not to belabor the point, but what are your points of contact with SKF usually on one of these projects?
SKF is routed in terms of during the process or after?
During the process?
During the process,
get it going.
they're sent an application package of all the materials. They provide conditions of approval through the process, and then their conditions are included in our decision letter that goes to the applicant. Additionally, we've reinstituted the Development Review Committee meetings every 2 weeks to discuss planning related projects where SKF is invited. They attend regularly, and we have constant discussions with them on projects and other development related items. We've also instituted the engineering development review on the opposite weeks of the planning development review to discuss public works projects with SKF and Cal Water.
Is that 2 weeks working out? Is it making things go a little faster just because they've been delaying things?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the meeting, it promotes communication, but we don't want to have stale meetings. Every 2 weeks is enough time for some activity to occur, usually on applications or people to conduct research into maybe what's needed for a development project, and we can have more of a robust discussion regarding what is going to be needed for a project such as this with those utilities.
Well, I'm on SKF this term, and I just was discussing with the city manager earlier about, what's working with the city and what's not. Is that something that's working for the city, the timetable?
Yeah, Development Review Committee and the response times we're getting on development related projects and receiving conditions or comments from SKF is working.
Next project we have here is the Candlewood Suite project. The applicant has resubmitted their application consistent with the incomplete notification that they received as a part of their application submittal for their project, and the city is reviewing that application consistent with neighboring projects, specific plans that they fall into, and also general plan compliance as well. At this point, they're also needing to prepare technical documents to support their CEQA analysis and the CEQA document itself.
This isn't the Hampton Inn?
No, that's a separate project north, almost exactly north of this project. That's the, if I'm understanding, the Hampton Inn is already the one under construction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is directly south of the
Toyota.
Walmart. On the
so
south
this is
side
a
of
different-
Floral. Mhm.
I was gonna say, because Hampton would have been way down here already,
Yeah.
their project, okay.
Is Hampton done? Is that why you didn't put it on there?
Yeah, they've had building permits issued. They're under construction. They're nearing completion of their project.
Next project here is the Casitas Development Project. This project is just adjacent to the Candlewood Suites project. And this project, we are working with the applicant to prepare their technical studies. We just had a few meetings with the applicant team in order to set those expectations as we move forward. So at this point, we have a nailed down project and project description. So the next hurdle is the environmental analysis portion, which can take some time. So we're working with them as closely as possible with their technical consultants in order to get those studies completed, reviewed by the city and accepted, and then they can be then plugged into the CEQA analysis, and then we can start the review of that.
And part of the discussion with this project too is there's a lot of planning policy documents adopted in this area. You have the general plan, you have the Northwest specific plan, you have the extension of various facilities in that area. Stillman, this project actually proposes 2 connections north-south from Floral to Stillman as part of their project design. One internal to the project, which is more like a private road, and then one on the west side of the project, which is Fancher Street, proposed Fancher Street, which is identified in the Northwest specific plan, which was supposed to be an 80-foot wide roadway from Floral to Stillman. So with Stillman already being 84 feet, we would continue that alignment and connect to the proposed Fancher Street as well as the internal north-south street as part of this project. The Northwest specific plan was a document that was adopted in the 80s that envisioned this type of circulation originally. So staff is aware of those documents, and this project is aware of their need to move traffic from Floral to Stillman.
I'm sure we'll hear more about this on Wednesday.
Maybe
This
not
is
this
the-
specifically, but in terms of the idea of having specific plans consistent with the policy and the land use policies of the city and how we use those documents to guide development and review. Yes, you will hear about that on Wednesday.
There's a little bit of everything on this.
Yeah, and we're really not going to be covering specific projects during that workshop. It's more about the policies, what the goals of the city's development plans are, like the specific plans, the general plan mostly. And so you'll get a good indication of what those prior policies are that we're holding developers to.
This is the one that's south of Walmart.
Correct.
Omar, Floral, so.
Next project here is the Family Healthcare Network Clinic located on the eastern corner of Whitson and Second Street. There's an existing healthcare network clinic already there. It's on one parcel. There's 3 other parcels just in line with that that are currently vacant right now, but you can see out there they're fenced and they're ready to go in terms of development. So they've gone through their process in terms of a site plan review and also other supportive entitlements in order to get the project going. And so they've received their approvals through planning in that regard, and they've worked with the city building department and engineering department in order to achieve an at-risk grading permit in order to move forward with grading related activities. And I believe just recently, I think last week, we were able to issue the building permit. They paid their fees, and so we should be expecting to see some groundwork occurring on that site. In addition to that, we are working with the development team in order to better flesh out some construction / operational expectations with the project. Obviously, the developer, they want to build their building and then demo the existing building in order to have no loss of the ability to seeing patients and keep their operation running. And so we're working closely with the development team and the owners of the clinic in order to minimize as much downtime as possible. Obviously, as a city, we want to maintain a very high standard of public health, safety, and welfare. And so we don't want any construction related activities to go against those policies and those thoughts if we allow for the operation of the existing family healthcare network to continue operation. So we're working closely with them as we just had a meeting with them last week. And so we'll be expecting some further communications with them as we move forward and expect to see, some nice buildings go up.
And this is an example of you put out information and it's immediately needs to be updated. Within about a day of us putting out the presentation, they paid their impact fees and they had the permit issued. So you can have developers who are ready to go and they understand the process. They've built multiple facilities like this. I think there was the same building in Hanford.
That's correct.
So they're familiar with the development process. It's the same building. They go through this regularly. They understand what they need to do next. As Trevor said, we're working with them. How do we keep it open and not have any disruption of service to the community while maintaining public safety? Because there's going to be some demo that occurs while maintaining parking. So we're trying to work with them to come up with some transition plan so that we can have the building issued a temporary C of O while they finish the rest of the parking lot and keep this residents of Selma's medical services available.
Is that trailer they have, is that a construction trailer? Or is that could be medical construction?
That's a construction trailer for on-site, yeah.
Next project here is the outsourced industrial project. This is located at the southern portion of the industrial park on the east side of Golden State, just north of Saginaw Avenue. And this project spans across 5 separate parcels, including the development of one of the parcels, as you can see kind of in the middle there, as my laser pointer indicates. That's where the development of an actual facility is going to be developed, and the remaining parcels are going to be used for the storage of materials as it relates to the operation of the utility company that's out there. So this project went through the site plan review process, received their conditions of approval, and now they're on to the grading and building permit application submittal stages. That means is they're really under review now. They've received comments from our building and development team in order to get a completed application and submitted. And so we are working with the engineering team for outsource in order to ensure those revisions are being reflected in the resubmittal of those plans so that we can move forward through the process with them. This project also has a deferred improvement agreement associated with it. And so what staff is doing right now is we're making sure we're reviewing the agreement and we're making sure that the agreement is still valid. And if not, then we are going to revisit that with the applicant and readjust those timeframes as needed. Project here, we have the Selma Grove project. The Selma Grove project, this project is located just west of the existing Walmart site. This project has gone to Planning Commission, and during Planning Commission, there were some concerns regarding traffic. And so following that Planning Commission meeting, we've had discussions with the applicant team and their representation. And the city has internally met with the traffic consultant that has done most of the projects in this area in terms of the traffic impact studies. And what the city has proposed to move forward is we're meeting with the applicant and the applicant's representation and their team in order to propose solutions in order to move the project forward. With that being said, we're identifying key improvements for the project as they're outlined in those technical documents so that we can, as the identification of those improvements, so we can then add them to the project in order to minimize any future traffic-related impacts that the project may generate.
Again, this is a policy issue, circulation along Floral Avenue, that we're working with the applicant to identify day one opening day improvements in accordance with their prior approvals that they've already received, as well as maintaining our compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and all the subsequent documents that have previously been approved. So we're working with them, as Trevor stated, we're working with our traffic consultants to identify maybe some improvements that can be made, maybe negotiate with the applicant of what they would be willing to receive impact fee credit on, build the improvements rather than paying for it, and work with them in tandem to try and resolve this huge policy issue that we've had for some time on Floral Avenue.
Up next, we have the FCRTA Maintenance Facility Project. This project has gone through its planning process, received the conditions of approval, received the site plan approval, and has gone through the building and grading permit application submittal phase. That has been all completed, and they have been issued the building and grading permits. So you might see some activity occurring out there. Just drove out there maybe a couple of weeks ago, and you start seeing pads being poured out, and you see some uprights going up in terms of vertical construction. So they're moving forward on the construction of that facility. We have been keeping up with FCRTA in terms of their need for inspections or things like that. So we are in constant communication with them as they're moving through this process. Next project here, we have I believe a newer project that I don't think was on the previous presentation, but it's a new proposed Starbucks drive-through and walk-up facility located on the southern corner of Second Street and Sylvia Street. This project has been proposed in this configuration. We've had many discussions with the applicant. As they've submitted the application, we've gone back and forth and deemed the application incomplete due to insufficient queuing and the layout of the site itself being not conducive or consistent with the Selma municipal policy regarding the ability to access the adjacent alleyway there. And so we've been working with the applicant and their team in order to revise that site plan. And we just recently received a revised site plan proposing some of the alterations that we were recommending for the applicant to consider. And so we are processing that site plan right now.
And I want to credit staff for this. We worked through the issues. We clearly identified the statutes in the municipal code that were applicable to this and presented them to the applicant to show why their proposed configuration wouldn't be permissible under the current municipal code. There were other concerns staff had regarding queuing spilling on the Second Street, where we expressed, you know, a driveway on Sylvia Street with the queuing entering and exiting on Sylvia Street would be preferred. In addition, the municipal code doesn't allow primary access from an alley to a property. So we presented that information to the applicant, and they've recently resubmitted this application in accordance with staff's comments to have the driveway on Sylvia with entrance and exit on Sylvia.
So they wouldn't have to actually exit into the alley
Correct.
after they go through the drive-through?
Correct.
Project, we have the Camacho Tires facility. As you may know, that the Camacho Tires facility is a long-standing business here at the city of Selma, just located near the railroad there, but they're looking to expand and build their own facility. And so we've helped the applicant and the applicant team through the process, and they received their site plan review approval with obviously conditions of approval. So right now they're at the building and grading permit application submittal phase. They have gotten to that point. They have submitted those documents, and currently we're reviewing those submittals and providing comments back to them. And so with this project, but not also most of all the projects that we have here, unless they're a few years older, we are working to use OpenGov for that communication that is so required during this development review process. So we're able to review plans as they come in, give them that feedback that they need expeditiously, all within one consistent portal for their projects. And so we can have the communication back and forth between the applicants and with those comments that we have, upload attachments, things like that. So this project is moving forward along with many of these other projects that are also in OpenGov as well.
And my last comment regarding this presentation and kind of endorsement of the workshop on Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. This project has a unique issue, which is why it maybe took a little bit longer to get through the process. And this speaks to applicants doing due diligence when they purchase property or they're investigating property to develop. It has a 2-foot strip in between. It has a 2-foot strip. Yes, the map looks weird in your presentation, but that is correct. There is a 2-foot strip that is not owned by this property that it may seem silly, we can't allow them to cross it without an easement. And so the design of this project originally included that 2 feet because they didn't know they didn't own it. So doing due diligence on property, taking title reports, maybe getting an ALTA survey to understand really what do you own? What are the constraints of your project? And then bringing that to staff to understand how can I develop the site in a timely manner in this case, they brought it to us and we discovered it for them. And so we had to design around something that they had already bought.
So they buy it, don't you buy title insurance? So they tell you if someone else
Typically, but
owns your land
This
that you're
was,
trying to buy?
this could have been disclosed to them and they simply missed it. You don't know. You just don't know because we're not usually involved in the purchase of property. When we purchase property as the city, we go through an extensive process of ALTA, reviewing title, and doing our due diligence to determine what our constraints are on a property. We have a very specific process, and that will be one of the things that is highlighted at the development workshop on Wednesday. The more research you do up front
At 8:30.
at 8:30 a.m., the more research you do up front, the more information you gather, the better you understand how the property can be developed and maybe what your constraints are. Maybe you can't do what you thought you could do, and maybe you don't purchase the property because you can't do what you want to do. So what we want to do is we want to promote early communication and due diligence on projects so that we can work with the public in an efficient manner to understand really what they have and what they can do.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but you talked about OpenGov, and I think we all know Miguel Camacho, great people, great family business. And I think we're all probably aware of the issues that are going on here. If there's a language issue with OpenGov, how does one confront that? And is there a way around that? How does the city help with that?
Luckily, we have staff that can reach out in both English and Spanish, and we identify those hurdles early on in the process, and we have staff reach out that can communicate either via telephone, email, or through OpenGov. But we've worked with their representation on this matter, but we have capable staff that is more than.
And I'm not saying there's one here. I'm just saying.
Oh, no, no,
in the
I wasn't.
future, I'm
I
just
was
asking in
saying we have
theory.
multiple staff members that are able to communicate.
Can I say a comment? Just, first of all, I'd like to say great presentation. Trevor, you did a really good job explaining it completely. You know, this process that you presented to us has benchmarks for a developer, right? And I think that one of the biggest, problems or issues we've had in the past is communication in regards to what you're explaining. And I think that just showing this process that you guys are showing with us, it's an open-end process. You know where it's snagged, we know where it's snagged, and you know where the problem's at. And I think sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, an elected official, and we get people come and say, hey, they're not doing their job. They're not doing this. This is not working out. But in reality, it's their own due diligence. It's their own understanding of how the process works. And I think the way you guys, this is a lead. This is something that's this process that you presented to us is actually a preview of what's going to happen on Wednesday. And if we just break it down very slowly, and hopefully the developers come so they can hear it and understand it, because at the end of the day, staff's doing a tremendous job. What we've seen a year and a half ago to what we are getting a presentation today is outstanding. And I commend all of you for the presentation which you've done. But the procedure is what it's costing money. And go back to the due diligence and the properties I purchased here in Selma. There's something really funny that I've ran into. You know, we have the water people here. I can't get a reconveyance because there's a bill of a water that was old 40 years ago on that parcel. I ran into it 3 times. You know, so there's a lot of things that you're right. You have to do your due diligence. There might be a bill that you owed and you can't reconvey that property if you don't have that water. You know, go back to that company and get it signed off. So there's a lot of things, and those are good things that you're going to be able to explain to them on Wednesday. Very, very informative. Thank you guys for the presentation.
Councilmember, and just also, I didn't want to sound like a broken record, but I said communication almost every single project, and that's, as Councilmember Trujillo mentioned, that it's super important, especially during those beginning stages of a project, especially during the application submittal phase of a project, where you want to have that constant communication and you want to be, I think as Jerome mentioned, just front load with a lot of information at the beginning, so you can So the developers, the applicants can solidify their project. And so the percentage of change or the probability of a project changing down the road is going to be lessened because we front loaded a lot of that work at the beginning stage. And so that's where we have issues or deal with delays where projects change downstream, where, like I mentioned, studies have already been completed, CEQA documents have been completed. And so that's where we're really stressing having a lot of communication with applicants and developers and front loading them with a lot of information.
And I really appreciate that. A lot of these are in the beginning stages. This is the critical time that they need that communication. And, we get contact on the council from developers all the time, like, Vineyard Estates, Mr. Gill. And it's really important to have presentations like this and Wednesday at 8:30 when we can learn the process and be refreshed on the process, because we don't do this as our day job. When a developer calls us, it's good to have this information and to at least know the basics and who to refer them to. So it's really helpful. Thank you for this.
Yeah, and you answered my question as far as this property, because I remember you had mentioned, Deputy City Manager, you had mentioned that there was somebody else owned a piece of the property, but I didn't realize it was just 2 feet. So this is, like you said, it's very critical. And one of the things that I heard throughout the presentation was the past doesn't have this. The past, our plans or our general plan or our policies or what have you, those are really critical to be updating on a consistent basis, because all of these projects, I heard the comment, well, man, it's still a long ways to go before they get to, the groundbreaking. I mean, those weren't the specific words, but basically that's the thing, right? What takes, it seems like it's going to be 5 more years before we even do groundbreaking. But again, we didn't have staff before that did the due diligence to make sure that our policies and our ordinances and our general plans and everything were updated. And so now we have the staff and we have knowledgeable staff, and that's doing the work that they need to do to find those. And I feel your pain because I'm pretty much in the same situation myself. Maybe not as big as this, but where you do have where things weren't in place. And so now you have to get to, do warp speed to get your policies up to date to where you need to have them, and then, get that process to update them on a daily basis or on a consistent basis to be able to move forward. And so, I commend you guys for the vision that you have, and just, the simple fact that I learned something tonight with, you want to have your neighbor help you pay for it. Hey, there's XYZ that you have to do. And I wish I would have known that last year. I would have had my neighbors pay for my fence too. But, it's just, again, staff doing the due diligence, but also educating the developers to do their due diligence as well. And, making sure that, again, they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's. But just great presentation. I'm so excited. I'm sure there's more stuff in the pipeline that we just, are just waiting for this. And I love the orange signs. I love the construction. So I'm so excited. Thank you.
Anything from the public? Anybody like to say anything? Anybody online? On the phone? Mr. Nelson?
As a reminder, please use your raise your hand feature, and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. And that was a really good reminder that we do have a development presentation on Wednesday. If anyone wants to get on the phone or come in person, we have it at 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard. So thank you for that. All right, with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is consideration of the amendment number 1 to the professional services agreements with RRM Design Group for architectural and engineering services for Thompson Park.
Good evening, council. Before you is a contract amendment with RM Design Group to amend their contract to actually reduce their contract amount to reflect the change of project site from Rockwell Pond to the Thompson Park location, which was briefly discussed during the development presentation. The reduction of contract reflects the smaller project site as well as the reduction of services needed for coordination of this park facility. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Or Deputy City Manager Keen? So it's smaller. Contract is smaller. You just kind of, that's amazing. We don't hear that too often. It's usually a lot higher. But it's smaller because the park project has gone down in scale. Is that correct?
That's correct.
From what, how many acres before?
I think it was 28 to 10. So
28 to 10.
over half.
So while I applaud less, I think that's great. We're saving money. I still want to reiterate and make sure that we do keep our sights set on a regional park for the future. We need one. We really, really need one. We haven't had one since 1989. And let's keep looking for that opportunity. I think we had the Chris Com people here tonight. We need to keep moving forward on that. But this is definitely a step forward to move forward on the smaller park project. We have anybody online or?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you 100% on that regional park.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online or on the phone to make a comment?
Deputy City Manager, I just want to ask you, I know we had it called the Rockwell Pond project, but it's not the Rockwell Pond. It's kind of, shouldn't we just be calling it the Thompson Park?
What we're referring it to going forward. The prior contract was for Rockwell Pond, and that's everything that prior contract was written under. Going forward, we'll be referring to it as Thompson Park.
Thompson, okay.
As a reminder to the callers on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue.
Right, then we'll move on to item 7.
I'll make a motion to approve the consideration of amending.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. All right, didn't see it was an action item. We've had a lot of presentations tonight. Number 7, consideration of a resolution approving an agreement with Selma Unified School District to provide 2 school resource officers for the 2023-2024 school year.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This before you is a contract to renew our SRO contract with the Selma Unified School District. It's pretty straightforward. However, we are looking to add an additional school resource officer at the Abraham Lincoln Middle School site. So what this would do is improve services with regards to school safety at our I apologize, middle school and high school sites, which should enhance services throughout the school district.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Police Chief Alcaraz?
Chief, I have a quick question. I think it's a great idea. Considering what's gone on in the world, we really need to consider it. Staff wise, how do we look on staff for allowing to have 2? I think it's important. I'm even thinking we should have at least 3, but staff wise, what are we looking?
I feel that we should be able to meet that staffing requirements. Additionally, as well as still keep in mind some of the other programs that we'd like to facilitate here in the near future. But with regards to training and experience, meeting that second SRO position would be much more attainable right now, as well as some some other programs we have going on at Selma Police Department require a little bit more training, a little more experience from our personnel. That's why they're out being very active and proactive, and I'll kind of touch a little bit on that with regards to the department updates, but I think it's very attainable. And we're working with staff and our command team to kind of, what's the word? Organize and move people around to meet these needs. But we feel it's crucial to have a footprint at the school sites to ensure the safety of our children, especially like you said, Councilmember Guerra, today's world is a lot more unstable, a bit more volatile. So having that presence is crucial to making sure that our children and our parents feel safe, that their kids are at school getting the best education that they can.
Another thing that was mentioned to me in regards to the continuation school. Do they consider maybe doing half, maybe an officer half-time at that school? Because there's been some incidents that have happened and, they could have really used an officer there.
It's true.
But part of that is that these two SROs would kind of
Sure.
tag team, if you will, the alternative school. But our expectation is that they're going to, when they have time, have a presence at the elementary school. We cannot mandate that they be at the elementary school, but as time permits, that we're making those connections at the elementary school at that young age, so we can start to build those relationships at a very young age when our children are a lot more amiable to talking with us, right? So that's why we have lunch at school with the kids, that the school district has been very generous with paying for our lunches. And that's just a good time to sit down and break bread with the children and just see us, other than when we show up to a call at their house because they become a victim or because they need help. They get to see us in a very personal level. So,
How's the new administrator been? Have you met with him yet, Ed Gomes?
oh, very, very excited to speak with Mr. Gomes. I know he's got a lot on his plate, so I try to limit my time with him because he's getting his feet wet right now, and I'm sure he's extremely busy. But he's been a very wonderful person to meet with, and
Has he been supportive of this agreement and police presence?
Absolutely. If I may,
No.
Chief, the conversations with Mr. Gomes have been very positive, and actually the goal is to actually establish a multi-year agreement going forward. So we don't have to keep coming back every year. We just know how many officers are going to be at each school site. We're talking about starting the conversations early for the next fiscal year and beyond to identify, different shifts in cost coverage and where those officers are going to be recruiting, just have a much better game plan going forward that fits the school district's needs.
Because that's the issue that I had, not having an officer there. We need an officer there. And in the past, we've had two officers there, and it was a graduated basis where the city upfronted, I think, most of the cost, upfronted the cost, and then it gradually cost shifted over to the school district as those officers were there for greater amount of time. I think you recall that, Chief Alcarez. And it seemed like that was a system that worked, and then there were budget issues and that went sideways, and issues with the school district, quite frankly, with the city and with the PD. Has that changed? It sounds like the relationship has changed and evolved over the years.
What I would say is that I think that to be fair to Mr. Gomes, is just entering into this 1-year contract to allow him some time to learn his budget, learn his resources. But I think that, like City Manager Santillan said, he had a good lengthy conversation with him, and I'll let him allude to that. But he was very very workable with, he's just started. So I think we got to give him a little bit of time to.
So first of all, I want to congratulate you on what you're stating, because I feel that what we have the city, the past, we've approved this, and you're coming in with 2. We had spoken about getting 2 officers, maybe even 3. But the more important to me is the connection of the police officer, integrating it with the child and getting them to understand that there's a positive roll towards that. And what it comes out to being is changing the culture in our community, getting the younger generation to accept that police officer not being a, you know, he's an advocate of your not being, you know, oh, being standoffish. And I think that this community, you know, there's different ways you can look at it as a financial, you know, burden to our city budget, but you can also look at it as an investment for our future culture change and changing our kids and getting them to start thinking that this police department breaking bread with them. These are just music to my ears, and this is part of our city wanting to do an outreach versus stating, you know, hey, this is, you know, it's going to cost us, but there is a cost. There's always a cost, but you know, on our part, on my part personally, I want to make sure that the communication, the culture change, and you guys breaking bread with the kids, that's just fantastic.
If I just may add to that, I just want to thank all of you, especially the city manager, all of our staff, because I will tell you that we have had so many positive comments with regards to our recruiting vehicle, having that bear on it. Some of the swag that we've purchased so that we can use that as an ice-breaking tool to have a conversation, to reach out and, you know, take a knee and really get to talk to these kids. So we could not do that without all of your support. And I know that there's a method to our madness, but it's working. I think that we're slowly starting to see the wheels turn and people taking pride in what we're doing and taking notice of that. So, you know, it's a long road ahead of us, but we're working hard. And I would just, I want to take this time to thank our staff, because our staff, they're the guys that are out there every day, day in, day out. Doesn't matter if it's 115 degrees or 85 degrees, they're out talking with our kids. They're doing a lot more untraditional law enforcement contacts. And those little things just kind of take hold a bit at a time. Thus the purpose for this second SRO position, to help enhance that idea, that philosophy and the culture. But again, we can't do that without all of your support, because unfortunately, I think you made the comment earlier, Mr. Mayor, public safety is an expensive service, but it's one that's absolutely necessary to ensure the safety of our community.
It is, and I'm just glad the city is engaging in that cost sharing at the same time that is providing this extremely valuable service to the school district. And it sounds like it's working. Things are coming around.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to turn on my mic. This was, you know, great information. And I love that you're breaking bread with the, you know, the youth, because right now we're seeing 2 officers, you know, costs, it's going to cost money. It's going to cost the city money. But in the long run, you're potentially going to be saving money, because you are going to get those kids when they're young and tender, and helping them to not see the officer as a threat, but as an ally. Like, I'm not sure, I can't remember who mentioned it, but basically an ally, and, you know, reducing those wounds that could be created from going there because they have to remove them from, you know, a hostile situation or what have you. So I really commend that you're moving, you know, again, you're having that vision to mitigate the problem. I mean, we don't have, what do you call it? For what is crystal balls? Thank you. That's not a good thing, but that's not a good thing. But yeah, we don't have a crystal ball, so we can't see the future. But basically, you know, again, you're seeing those kids now and what is the potential for them in the future. So I could really commend you and thank staff for all of that. So thank you.
Chief, just the mentoring. Do we still have the mentoring program where we can work with, like, maybe the seniors, where we had that program where you want to bring them in to start doing like the reserves, or what was it called? The VROP or
Well, our
VIPs,
Explorer
yeah.
program is where
Explorer program, right?
we're looking, now that we have some staffing and we're getting them trained and getting them on the street, get some experience. We're looking for some individuals within our organization that have the passion to enhance and work on Explorer program. Because now, again, thank you to all of you, but we have a mechanism, a pathway for them to graduate high school, come work for us while they're continuing their education, and then putting them through the police academy when they become of age and we feel they're a good fit for us and that they're ready to take on that kind of responsibility.
I think that's just great all around because you get to mentor them, you get to look at these kids are really, fit for that position. Plus they have the criminology program or class because my daughter will be enrolling in that program this semester or school year, I should say. So
We're always looking at the 108 program that the sheriff's office is conducting in case someone starts looking in another direction. But yes.
thank you.
Anything from the public tonight? Anybody online, on the phone? That will bring the matter back to council. Any other council members have anything to say? Okay, is there a motion to approve this agreement?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Next item is a public hearing item. It's consideration of a resolution approving rates for landscaping, lighting, and maintenance district number 1 LLMD, approving the engineer's report identifying the assessments and the property against which it is assessed within the LLMD and directing collection thereof by placement of the assessment on the 2023-2024 Fresno County tax roll.
Mayor, I believe we skipped an item, the future agenda items on the agenda.
Oh,
Mhm.
Right in the middle, we probably should. put it
oh,
there.
wow.
We'll
done that one
change the
before.
formatting later at the next meeting. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, so we'll hit the R button and go back to future agenda items. Does anybody have a future agenda item?
I have a couple that I'd like to bring to explore to the council. One is I'd like to propose that we put on the agenda have staff bring it to the agenda, a proposal to explore a Caltrans maintenance agreement for the on-ramps and off-ramps of the 99. I think that there's a lot of good discussion there, and I think that we should be talking about the on-ramps and off-ramps of the 99. I think Caltrans is ready to do a maintenance agreement where we can have those beautified. And so I'd like to put that on the agenda and have a discussion with our council if it's okay. Second, the second one, and I received an email July 25th from our staff, and it concerned me because when I got elected in 2016, I had a meeting. I had about a 4 or 5 hour meeting with SKF. And one of the biggest challenges was, the what ifs. What if we are able to provide the necessary funding to adequately bring the lift stations, the infrastructure to our community? Would SKF be able to handle it? And the participation that I've been in the process at SKF, and I look at it and receiving these emails, I find it very concerning, and I would like our council, and I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but I would like for our council to explore the ability to potentially look at a process where we could leave SKF. And the reason why is if you go back from 2016 to now, how much has it cost the city of Selma in regards to the structure of what we have going with SKF in regards to, we have Kingsburg and we have Fowler, and the infrastructure, what we got going on with infrastructure is what we got going. If we have the individual that now sits as the actual board, the manager there was actually the engineer when I met with her in 2016. And she actually just told me, hey, even if you had everything there, we could not facilitate. Selma's too big. So looking at the emails I received July 26th or 25th, we have years where we've been trying to get SKF's attention. And so I'm not saying we're going to leave them. I'm just saying that it would be a nice thing to have our city staff explore what are the outcomes of You know, we have subdivisions in other cities that have their own process. What is it called? Package plants, but they just have their own package plant. I mean, they do them for reasons. And I just think that, you know, when we start talking about Amberwood, we start talking about subdivisions, what's our ability, what's our availability, what's out there? And I'm not, you know, saying, but I think it's good. It's a good time for us to do the research and look at what we got going on. So those are the two things. Again, I will reiterate them. A Caltrans maintenance agreement for the on-ramps and off-ramps for the city of Selma, beautify them, get an agreement, get them cleaned up. Number two, explore a way where Selma can benefit, or what we can do for our subdivisions to expedite the sewer. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with future agenda items?
Get a consensus on the items that Councilmember Trujillo proposed, if you guys want to see them on a future agenda. Either is fine.
Okay, but are you requesting to put it on the next agenda, a future? Because we're gonna have to give her time. I mean, she's really gonna have some time to look at all that contract and what you, if we can't get out of it, you know.
Excuse me. So the first one is to complete and analyze to get a maintenance agreement with Caltrans. Many cities have those. Those are easy. I want to explore it, bring it back, staff come back. What's the cost? What's it gonna go? Now.
But Councilmember, can I ask you something in regards to that? Is that a contract where the city can take over those services on the off-ramp?
That's it.
Or it's,
So I've been doing my research. And many cities have maintenance agreements. And it's through Caltrans, and some are offset, and some are joint ventures. The reason why do I bring this up? Because as we're growing, as we're developing, I believe that we have on-ramps and off-ramps that need attention. And I believe that it's time for us, the city, to factor in a budgeted item, plus speak to the Caltrans and see what they can reimburse or they can pay us back. But those are elements that I'm asking our staff to look into, come up with, and bring it back to the city council. If it doesn't look right, the majority can say no, good, yes, but I would like for a proposed plan so we can have a maintenance agreement with Caltrans. That's number one. Number two, in regards to SKF, I am not asking for us to pull a contract of SKF's contract and pull away from them. I'm asking the city of Selma's engineer staff to start looking at what the ability and what would it cost for the city of Selma to look elsewhere with a package and come back and see what the cost rate is. Because if you go back and look at what it's taken us, I mean, in all respect, I've been here since 2016, and we really have not received the ample attention that we should, being the biggest city in the three Selma, Kingsburg, and Fowler. All I'm not asking to pull away from the contract, I'm asking to do a research of what it would take and cost for the city of Selma to look at, build those offsite for the developers, for those developments that are coming in, and how fast, because I find it that it's taking us too long. I'm not asking to pull, I'm asking us to do the research and come back, because if it looks cost effective, why wouldn't we do it? And why would we not discuss those kind of discussions? That's what I'm asking.
no, I'm 100% agree.
You know, just come up with, get them,
Exactly.
put a fire in them, explore the options.
For the options. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I'll be, as our city's SKF representative, I'll be absolutely bringing your item up. And then as a COG representative for the city, I'll absolutely be talking with Mike Navarro about the city and the maintenance agreement, because it's funny, we think that we just came up with everything. We're a visionary, but as the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. It's been done. So it'll be interesting to revisit, relook at it. Because I know when I read a book that maybe like, well, sun also rises. I read that book again and it's like with new eyes, right? It's like different. There's a new meaning to it. So I think it's really important to revisit these items once in a while.
I'm not picking on anyone. I'm just asking that, I see all this development coming. We see all this development coming and when I pass and we see the 99 getting built, what can we do where we can save some money and maybe beautify our entry, exit 99s and hold people accountable and we just move and get better. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I
Thank
agree.
you.
I think our entrance and exits look terrible. And it's not just the city of Selma, because I brought this up with Kingsburg and Fowler, and they're saying the same thing. Why can't we use our own public works, even if it's where we get reimbursed from Caltrans? Because let's face it, they don't have probably the people to do it anymore. They're getting it takes about a year to get employed with them. So if we can do our own people and get people to do the job, why wouldn't we want to do that? And I guarantee that our city, our entrance and exits would look so much nicer, because there's times I just want to get off and go do it myself because it's horrible. It looks terrible.
I remember when I got on, this was 11 years ago. Rob, you'd only been around like 20 years or something by then, but there was always an issue in front of the Nelson car dealerships. The weeds were really high. Remember that? And it took the longest time just to get Caltrans to mow that, to make sure to mow. It hasn't been an issue lately, but it takes time. And I remember when they quoted the city with how much it cost for the city, how much they would reimburse the city. It wasn't a huge number, but maybe Caltrans, they've gotten a little easier to deal with since then. Who knows? Maybe their rates have gotten better. I think it's important to bring these questions up and to address them and address the legal issues that arise. Also with SKF, there could be a couple of legal issues that arise with that. So there might be some issues there that need to be addressed, but always good to talk about it. Councilmember Trio, thank you for bringing both of those up. I look forward to thoroughly discussing those at a council meeting. Do we have consensus on it? Do you need?
Yes.
It looks like we have consensus.
Quite frankly, I didn't even know this was coming up on the agenda, this future agenda. My eye went right over it. So forgive me. I'll think about some future agenda items on the next one. Hopefully I'll have one or two for us. Does anybody else have any future agenda items before we move on to our first public hearing item of the evening at 8:20? Yeah, we good with a break? We'll take a 5-minute break, then we'll get to it.
I know.
Right, we all set?
Yep.
All right, on to our public hearing item on
Yes.
the LLMD.
Okay.
Good evening, council. Before you is a resolution to approve rates for LLMD number one. The assessments were provided by the city engineer. The total assessed value within the LLMD is about $207,000 for the maintenance and utilities for 10 zones within LLMD number one. The need for this item it coincides with the assessor's tax roll and finalizing the tax roll. The approval tonight would allow staff to forward these assessments to the Fresno County Assessor's Office so that these can be placed on the assessment roll and the money collected over the next tax year. With that, staff's available for questions. I'd like to note, staff is reviewing the LLMDs with the city engineer to determine level of service. And we will be likely preparing a presentation in the future to review the LLMDs to ensure that they're providing the appropriate level of service to the various subdivisions.
Right.
So Ronan, I think that's what we run into because they're getting an increase. And they're saying, why are we getting an increase when they're not maintaining the shrubs or they're not keeping it up? So we have to tell them, well, you're gonna get an increase, but you're guaranteed to have your shrubs and the upkeep looking nicer. We hope.
The issue being, the establishment of LLMDs, each individual zone is originally assessed based on the level of service they're going to provide. And over time, you have increase in cost, increase in utility rates and things of that nature. In this case, about 50% of the rate is strictly utilities, not even manpower. So the review of this is going to be holistic in reviewing utility costs as well as manpower costs to ensure we're providing the appropriate level of service on the ground, that we're providing costs for replacement of facilities, broken sprinklers, replacement trees. Most trees that may have been planted may have only had a lifespan of 15 years, and maybe you have some that need to be replaced, but they should have been budgeted for. So the review of these is going to be a holistic approach in terms of ensuring that we're providing the appropriate level of service within the rate. And if the rate may even still be too low, let's just be honest, in terms of providing the level of service. So that review is going to be, are we even collecting enough to provide the level of service that's expected? Again, you may have an increase, but you would receive what you think you're supposed to increase in terms of maintenance of the landscaping around the subdivisions.
Can I ask you a question in regards to? Have we gone back and you said you got 10 zones? Have we gone back and looked at all the zones and to actually, because I don't know if it's true or not, but so the way this becomes actual is a developer comes to the city, throws a plan, gonna build, has streets, has lights. And then the city comes and says, hey, this is what's gonna, or they come and say, hey, this is part of your dedicated line. This is up to you to fix and clean. Has the city gone back and reviewed all 10 zones and made sure that at the time that the city council approved these zones, they were adequately charged? Because sometimes maybe our forefathers decided to say, hey, don't worry, you don't have to do this. And I say this because I walk my dogs on Orange. And there's a lot of areas where my neighbors say, hey, let's get together and start cleaning. And thanks to their public works, they have done a tremendous job on our ponding basin. It looks beautiful. But I see areas where the city just don't get to, and it's just dead area. So who owns that property, right? And that's why I talked to you about, have we gone back and looked at, reviewed all the zones and every subdivision and said, hey, that's not in that zone, or I'm probably speaking out of turn because you just been here a couple of months, right? I'm sure you've gone through every street and found every
improvement
shrub.
plan and everything, right? No, I haven't gotten that far yet. It's only been 5.5 months. So Councilmember Trujillo, as I stated, staff's starting the initial steps to review all the formation documents and the accompanying engineering reports for all of the LMD zones to establish what those zones were established to provide. Maybe some of them had expectations of more lush landscaping than others, but when a development comes in and a final map's done, they propose a landscaping area, they provide an engineer's report that breaks down estimated costs on a yearly basis going forward. And then you approve that assessment usually with the final map. And then as people move to that subdivision, it's disclosed in their title documents of what that assessment that they're going to pay will be the year that they're purchasing that property, and it's subsequent to increase usually by inflation or something along those lines. The city engineer at the time when they get the engineer's report from the developer during the review of improvement plans should scrutinize those numbers to ensure the appropriate amount of money is being collected through that annual assessment for the maintenance of off-site landscaping, maybe entry landscaping to whatever the developer's proposing in their subdivision. Because at the end of the day, we need to ensure that we're not taking from the general fund to subsidize those LLMDs, right?
My point exactly. When do we get to a point where staff comes to us and says, hey, some of these are in red? When do we start preaching the word that some of these fees are gonna have to get increased to give the service? Or are we not gonna do that?
Well, we're starting that initial assessment now, and we'll bring those numbers to council for
Okay,
further
good.
direction.
This is a public hearing, so unless council has any other questions, we'll open the public hearing to the public. Does anybody have anything they would like to say at this time about the LLMDs? Do we have anybody on the phone or online? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and bring the item back to council for final comments or questions before we take a vote on it. I just recall, given my perspective, my vast historical perspective, for a while, these rates were going up every year. And I just started voting against it because, like, why? Why is it? You know, I think, yeah, I would like to see some underpinning, like we're talking about tonight, as to what goes into these LLMD rates. And people, you know, are not averse to paying more as long as they get value, right? They get something for what they're spending their money on. And at the same time, there are citizens talking about, like, Nebraska, in front of that cold storage, looks terrible. You know, that it doesn't get attended to, and I don't blame Public Works for that. They've got so much on their plate, but it's a little ironic because it's like right down from their warehouse. And I get complaints all the time about the desiccated plants there that don't get any attention, and they're not part of the LLMD. And one of the knocks is, well, you know, if I lived in one of those fancy subdivisions, I would get more attention because I pay into that. I don't think that's right. I think, you know, the whole city should be looked at. You know, I think there should be equal treatment for the way the city looks and beautification. And I know it's the eternal conflict, you get what you pay for. But at the same time, you know, our city needs to look good. And I think it needs to look good and this is a very public area because, you know, a lot of vehicles go in and out on this area. So I'll be interested in hearing more about the input costs, and I'm sure the PG&E and the water is going to be a big part of that. It'd be interesting to see that study. Anyone else before we take a vote?
Where's zone one, Nelson East? Well, that's what I'm, you know, because zone two, there's west and east.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yes, as the
Doesn't have
city
major
manager pointed out,
cross
there is
streets.
a
What's-
overall map on page 158 of your agenda pack.
Oh,
Starting on 158 is a map, and then after that, there's maps of the actual subdivisions and showing the streets, exact streets.
So you said Nelson East is on either side of Nelson and Mulberry Street in that portion of the city. Page 160 has the full map of the zone of benefit.
okay. Hartfield, no? Maybe an older development. I think it might be an older development then.
We do have various districts and we're only referring to LMD.
We're only
District
referring to
1.
LLMD one and the various zones of benefit within LLMD one for this public hearing.
We good? All right. Is there a motion to approve the item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, item 9, second reading and adoption of a special event ordinance of Title V of the City of Selma Municipal Code related to special events, food trucks, and vendors. The proposed ordinance also requires repealing Title V, Chapter 7, peddling and soliciting.
Evening council, before you is is a resolution to formally adopt the revisions to the special event ordinance, as well as provisions for food trucks and vendors. This is the culmination of various public workshops and public input from your council as well as the public to revise the special event ordinance process. With the adoption of this resolution, the new regulations would go into effect within 30 days. We have a secondary item that will be presented at the next council meeting that would be the fees that would coincide with the implementation of the special event ordinance update, that we would coincide the ordinance implementation and start date with the fees being updated as well.
Okay.
So with that, staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Council have any questions before we open up this hearing to the public? With that, we will open up the hearing. Does anyone have any comments or questions or input? Favorable or unfavorable?
Jerome, I have a quick question. I know I called you almost 2 weeks ago in regards to the question the church mentioned. And I need to get some clarification in regards to that.
Okay.
Was the public hearing?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, do we have any input on the special events ordinance? Do we have anybody online or on the phone? Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing and refer the matter back to council. Councilmember Carey?
So can I get some clarification in
Right,
regards to?
Yeah, if I recall, the question was regarding private events at the church that were
Right.
not open to the public,
Right,
correct? So under the ordinance, if it's not open to the public, it's not considered a special event. So a special event permit would not be needed in that instance. That being said, most churches usually have associated events that are church related for their parish and their members. So the assumption is most churches have fundraisers, maybe events like trunk or treat, carnivals and other fundraisers. Those are all considered normal operations as part of a church facility and we would not require a special event permit.
perfect. Okay, so the example I gave you, Will, which is the Share the Love Festival for St. Joseph's Catholic Church. They've never had they didn't get a permit in the past, so they don't have to get a permit now.
As long as it's not open to the general public, they would not need a special event permit.
There, that's right.
As long
Yeah,
as it's
you
just the
just-
parishioners,
Yeah.
they're good.
Mhm. Yeah.
I have a question for you, and this may not be in this, that we're talking, you could tell me, no, it's not, okay? I know we had talked in the past that we were talking in regards to closing downtown, that we would have to go get 100% attendance or approval from every person. Did we change that? Because we had talked about it.
We talked about a good neighbor policy and a general percentage. We haven't presented the good neighbor policy for adoption to the city council, but it's included in the ordinance for future adoption and discussion. Typically,
It's defined in there as good neighbor policy.
good neighbor.
It
policy.
doesn't have an amount or
It doesn't have a percentage as of right now.
it'll come in the
Yeah,
future.
that's a subsequent item.
Okay.
There are questions. I still think the time frame is excessive. The 90 days is just too long. It's just too long. And the 45 is better. I would rather see it just 45 across the board, just because a lot of these items are meant to encourage the young people to put in special events. I'd love to see a greater exception for that if it's a first time and if these folks need more education on it, rather than having to get, go so far out when a lot of the younger people don't plan that far out. Is there a way of encouraging that?
I mean, as we've discussed regarding the time frame issue, the 90 days is for specific items that require council approval, and it requires us to maybe publicly notice. It requires us to put it on the agenda. It requires coordination maybe with the applicant to put it on the agenda. So there could be some time frame issues to get it before the council. That being said, the 45 days also allows for proper coordination with county departments that are beyond our control for food vendors, because they should start their food vending permitting probably sooner than they apply with us. They take even longer than we do. So again, the 45 days is something that could be adjusted in the future. Our recommendation is 45 and 90 to allow the community to understand the process, and the council can always revisit that time frame in the future if deemed fit.
And
I mean,
I would like to add real quick, council, mayor and council members. Historically, what we've seen with the smaller pop-ups like you're talking about with the younger crowd and stuff, they're at the 45-day mark. They wouldn't be required at the 90-day mark because they're not doing significant parades, street shutdowns, things like that. If they're doing a pop-up in a park, that's at the 45-day mark. That's not at the 90. So as I've been here for the last year and a half, I would say probably 95% of those pop-ups that we're referring to would just naturally fall under 45 days. So I don't think that it'll be much of an issue moving forward. They will be at the
getting the
45
permits
days.
with the county, I mean, if they don't get it, they don't get it. City's not going to approve it anyway. So I don't see how that timeline really affects the 45 days unless when you go to the county, correct me if I'm wrong, do you need to have an event? Do you need to actually have, you're just getting a permit for a proposed event in the future? Where's the synchronicity between the two?
The permitting with the county is dependent on if you're having food vendors. Food vendors, you're required to have a list of who you're providing, and then they do an assessment of whether or not they need to have further investigation as to inspection and further permitting with who you have as part of your community event. So there is a coordination between our event and the permitting with the county. If they have vendors that currently don't have permitting with the county, each individual vendor on their list has to go through an inspection and a review process with the county. And that's usually what takes the amount of time. If someone's proposing using vendors that are already permitted, it could be significantly quicker through the county. However, we want to give everyone ample time to coordinate with the county, because as the mayor stated, if they don't get their permitting through the county, we can't approve their special event permit under this ordinance. So that's why we want to give them ample time to ensure that they can coordinate with.
Unless they boot that vendor, right? Unless they get rid of that
Unless they
vendor.
boot that vendor, but they would still need to amend their application with Fresno County to reflect booting that vendor. And then the county would then still review their application and issue either an approval or still require some sort of an assessment of their community event for food permitting. So for staff, our communication with the county is to ensure consistency between what has been proposed through the county as well as what's reflected on our special event permit application. So the 45 days is not necessarily, to penalize people or to delay people. It's to ensure that they're compliant under all the rules for liability purposes so that they don't fall into an instance where they have an unpermitted vendor. And then it's also protecting the city to ensure that we're allowing them all the time to obtain all their proper permitting for public health and safety.
So when I first met Amy, when you first came on board, it was in front of the Art Center and we were talking about the Business Improvement District. How could the Business Improvement District play a role? Because a lot of these special events are downtown in the parks. How could the BID play a role in maybe being an educator for some of these pop-up events?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought that up. We have been working with the bid on how we can encourage the partnerships between the two different entities, because you're creating a natural flow of traffic, of foot traffic into that area. So encouraging those small businesses in the downtown area to partner, maybe have a special sale the day that there's a pop-up, maybe do all of those things. So the bid is working really hard on marketing and things like that. And that is included in that, is how do we get more exposure and leverage the work that the pop-ups are doing to increase foot traffic in the general downtown area. So yes, absolutely.
The two go together, don't they? Because I mean, people are asking, why do I have to pay the same amount as my business license for the bid? What does it do for me? And one of the things it could do is help people to put on special events and help them with the red tape, the quote, red tape of the city, because they're more acclimated to that. They've been through it more. That could be a service, a value added service that the bid offers.
And I will say to Jerome's, sorry about that. It's been a long day. To Jerome's point, I'll use Fresno Street Eats as an example. We told them we need your health permit from the county. They were able to turn that around in, 24 hours, 48 hours, because they're using the same vendors. They have everything on, they have all of that. So it's going to be very similar for the pop-ups because a lot of them use the same vendors every time. Once they're permitted through the county, that process is super easy. So I think maybe in the beginning there might be an adjustment, but once you're in with the county, you just have to update it annually and you're good to go. So
There's the joke point, the county.
well,
That's the big
it's
one.
the health department, and that's only for food vendors. Let's keep that in mind. If they're doing a pop-up and there's no food vendors, then the county doesn't play a part in it at all. It's only if there's food vendors. So I use the Fresno Street Eats and the Selma Street Eats because they now have it in a rhythm, they can turn that over in 24 hours, super, super fast. So that's what we want to get our pop-ups to too in the future, but it's going to take a little bit of, okay, get your vendors in line. And because they use the similar vendors, once they get going in this, they're going to do well.
But let's take away pop-ups, let's take away vendors, let's just talk about the 45 to 90.
Yep.
In the past, and it's just my opinion, in the past, I was for giving them the 45 and say, hey, city staff should be able to give it to turn around and do it, right? But then I started thinking about it and I say, as a business owner and as business people and as young individuals, take the individual not knowing and not having the ability to find the process, understanding the process, take that out of there. The fact that we, the city, go and give someone 45 days, not the 90, don't you feel that it's going to put the city the city staff in a leverage where we're going to, if they don't meet that, if you give them the 45 and they don't meet that requirement, they don't get it. Doesn't it look like we're putting our staff in a more of a bad position where it looks like, hey, we weren't able to meet it, you can't do it, or you're going to just give it to them versus keeping everything at 90 days and letting people know when they pull a permit or give everybody, or actually just get the City of Selma Chamber of Commerce, the people that are out there. There's only a certain amount of people that are doing these events. If we do the outreach that we should be and give them the knowledge that they know, and just the way we give them the paperwork or the application, wouldn't you feel that it's actually better that they follow that process? Or are you saying that it's 45 days for just anybody? Or you're saying there's two categories, 45 days for small vendors and 90 days for what vendors?
Yeah, so the 90 days wrong. It's anything that impacts traffic. So if we're doing street closures, if we're doing parades, if we're doing, what was it? Fee, and then fee waivers was the other one, right? We all know sometimes organizations want to come for fee waivers. We can't always get it on an agenda quick enough to get that turnaround. So those are the ones that meet the 90 days. So it's not necessarily a big versus small. It's just what is the impact to the city and what's the capacity to us for us to ensure that it's perfect for them. So yeah, it has nothing to do with the size of the event. It's what is that ultimate, exactly. It's what they're doing. And that's why we wanted this ordinance to be all encompassing of everything and not just a pop-up or not just a parade. This is everything all in one. And for staff, it does empower us now because now we have the guidelines. And so if we hold somebody to these standards, we can say per the code, per the municipal code, this is what our rules and regulations are so that we can not just hold the community accountable, but also hold our staff accountable to these as well.
Just a point.
Go ahead.
Page 196, just formal. The nonprofit for the fee, speaking of fee reductions, they should be not just federally tax exempt. I mean, you can kind of do that, get your 501c3 nonprofit determination letter, and then never pay your state fees and never do that. Can you make sure that you put in there that they have to be active in the, what is it? Registry of Charitable Trusts for the state and pay their $25 a year and file their 990, just so, they stay on the radar, the state.
Just a quick note on that. In the past, the nonprofit waivers was understood to be just 501c3s, but the code actually allows it for this proposed code service organizations as well, not just 501c3s. It could be 501c4s, your chambers of commerce that are C6s, I believe, or C7s. But just wanted to make that distinction as well. And I think, going back just really quick with regard to the 90 days, we have events that, as we're rolling this policy out, there's again event organizers who are used to a certain way of doing things with street closures where the city historically would go out and close the streets for them, right? Put up barricades and things like that. Well, now we're asking them to find traffic management companies to do that because there's less liability on the city. It's just more efficient. We don't have the manpower. Well, if they are required to do that, it takes a while to find a contractor who will come out and do that for them. And like Councilman Trujillo said, if they don't meet that timeline, they can't find anybody to do it, then, it becomes the city won't let us do it because they're requiring this. So like Community Services Director Smart said, at first it's going to be an adjustment period, but once people get the hang of it, those 90 days is very going to be few and far between.
And I know that, that you have a checklist, right? And so again, it's educating our citizens on what they, need to do. And then even if it's maybe not a pop-up, but whenever you're opening up a business, you have a checklist that you have to go through and you have timelines that you have to do. So regardless of whether you're a young person just starting out with the business, you still have to follow rules. There's still things that you have to do regardless of where you're going, whether it's a pop-up or what have you. And my understanding from the 45 days and the 90 days was, are we, going off that checklist? Do I have to close the street? Do I have to, do this? Do I have to do that? Well, then, yes, you need more time because again, you have to coordinate that traffic, alert the public that, you're closing the street. So you're going to have to go this other way for traffic instead of, the way that you normally go. So all of that takes time. And so I absolutely agree that, giving them those timelines and those, educating, again, it's going back to educating. And, young entrepreneurs or older entrepreneurs, we all have to follow the same rules, regardless of how we're opening it up. So thank you.
City Manager, you mentioned about like street closures if they have to do streets. So you're recommending that they use an outside vendor versus using Public Works to.
We've actually started requiring that even with more recent events. And the reason for that is twofold. Let's take the Sikh parade, for example. Well, in the past, staff has gone out there, set up barricades and things like that. They've used the high school students to direct traffic. Well, the way that we see, people driving these days, that's a huge liability on our public roads to have young people directing traffic, to have our public works staff manning the street closures. There's traffic management companies that do that much more efficiently than we would, but we need to make sure that people know that far in advance of them organizing their event. But for the most part, it's been a recommendation of both chiefs to direct people towards private traffic management companies.
So what about the Rotary Parade?
That would be the same.
They're gonna have to be
And that's a partnership. The Rotary puts that on. If the city is involved, then there's more flexibility in allowing city staff to be able to do that. We know we're not going to use high school students to direct traffic, right? Going forward. If we don't have the resources internally to manage that parade effectively, then we certainly will use a traffic management company, just how we direct everybody else to do so.
So then you won't be using the ROTC because those kids are high school kids.
Chief, did you want to address that?
We definitely would not be using the ROTC on roadways. And a great example is the last band parade. An elderly driver drove through the barricades where those students were. Luckily, they had just walked onto the sidewalk and weren't hit, but that's exactly why. And then in recent past, we've had pedestrians struck out on the roadways. And this is our only ability to ensure the safety of our kids. We can use them in different capacity on the sidewalks or in, kind of like at the park, things of that nature, but on the roadways, it's just too unsafe. So we're already working ahead to think about those legacy events that we are co-sponsoring because they're traditional events to the city of Selma. Those are things that we will always do because they are legacy events and will help to ensure the safety of those. So and just a great example or small example, last year we had patrol cars positioned at 2nd Street and East Front and Rose and McCall to ensure, because that's a big roadway, a lot of vehicles can catch speed to ensure that there's another barrier of safety for those kids or those band members or those participants.
So, and if I could just real quick piggyback off of that, we did see great success. We worked with the Sikh Parade and they were able to secure outside traffic management, but then they were able to use their volunteers, their younger volunteers in other areas for their event. So they were very receptive to it because they understood where we were coming from. We just now have to raise the standard for it and protect ultimately these kids. So I can say after already having done it with an organization or someone that has previously done events, they were very receptive. They understood the reason. This is all required by the county anyways. So they were already doing part of it for the county. Now it's just us catching up and them understanding the reason why, which is really just to protect our community.
Did they request that? Did Sergeant Romero and Sergeant Ray, did they actually request the ROTC not to be like that was more dangerous for them and they weren't going to do the traffic control anymore?
No, Mr. Mayor, that was a liability that we observed and we pointed out and got ahead of it. So.
And Mayor, Council, I would add to that as well. I concur completely with Chief Alcaraz and from a public safety perspective as a whole, it's just much safer to have a professional organization, or at least those that are more like adults or something like that to be handling traffic matters versus younger kids and teenage age.
I agree.
And then what's the cost differential between traffic management and the ROTC or the PD sending one or two units out?
I can tell you that the reality is cops are extremely expensive. If we were to charge them these events, if they didn't get the fee waiver, it'd be much more expensive to use our city personnel than it would be a traffic management firm. And additionally, what happens is, and I've seen this in other cities, in fact, a lot of cities, use traffic management companies because of the liability. First of all, liability is huge, but secondly, I know it's very common, but Public Works is continuously purchasing A-frames or the barricades, the barricades, which are costly, especially with today's inflation. So you're constantly purchasing this A-frames, barricades, and then your staff to go out there on a weekend to put those barricades up is extremely expensive. I can tell you that this year, the Sikh Parade, there was myself, which you don't pay overtime for, and a sergeant, an officer, you only paid over, no. But us three were able to identify problems not only for that day, but in the future, and then work with the traffic management company for future events. So it's just much more cost effective, much safer, and just ran a lot smoother. We felt it was much smoother because the reality is they were doing it anyways with the out in the county with CHP and the traffic management firm. They were just adding that additional leg of the parade.
Well, like you say, it'll be applied towards every single event that has traffic management. So that's going to be important, definitely. Yeah. Right. I had some I know it's 9 o'clock. Vending on the vending part, the oh gosh, okay, where are we? I made a note here. 10 minutes every 2 hours. Food trucks. Why? Why can they only be in an area for 10 minutes every 2 hours? What's the purpose of that? And I know it's been that way forever. I know there was a congressional candidate who had food trucks and the food truck had to leave after like 9 minutes in order to, and this was a while back.
So I believe that regulation is just within the streets for public safety purposes. If it's on private property, it's not 10 minutes.
In the park, they are always having to move it. So that's public
Public right away.
right away. What if it's a special event?
Special event would be different. You could establish timeframes for the food trucks as we did with Selma Street Eats. They were there for an extended period of time. So if you have a special event permit, you can define the timeframes for which trucks are present within the right of way. They blocked off the parking area of Lincoln Park so that traffic could not enter that area. So there was no conflict, but this provision is specifically within the public right of way for traffic safety purposes.
Okay. And then no vendor shall locate within 300 feet of any other existing business that vends similar products. Is that another mobile vendor or is that a fixed base vendor? In other words, a food truck comes in, there's a restaurant 200 feet away. Is that illegal? Okay. Even if it's a special event?
The special event would supersede that ordinance. That's why you're asking for, we're asking for this process of the
Why it's
special
called
events.
special,
Correct.
just for the time of the special event itself.
Correct. This way, there's not somebody at 2 a.m. showing up next to Taco Bell and selling tacos.
Yeah.
Now, if there was a special event at 2 a.m, then that would be, they would fall under that special event as long as the coordinator was, scheduling that.
But if
that
they
event.
did, and they were 301 feet away selling tacos near Taco Bell, they could do that as long as it was 10 minutes.
10
or
minutes
less.
Correct.
And they had a food permit
With the county.
and a business license for Selma.
Yes.
Got it. And who would enforce that? Would PD typically enforce that or code enforcement?
Typically, we would put that on code enforcement. However, depending on time, circumstance, the police department is always able to enforce those, or at least take information, get it to code enforcement, and code enforcement can follow up at a later time.
So what comes to mind is, I know we don't have this in Selma, but I'm thinking like Fresno Outlet, what have you, right? People are coming out of a club or a bar or whatever, and you have these little hot dog vendors, or you have these little, maybe a taco truck that's sitting out there because they're catching everybody leaving the club or the bar. And so they're just out there, right, for more than 10 minutes. That's what I'm thinking of, that this is preventing, right?
That's exactly what that's
Okay,
preventing.
I just wanted to give a
Code's
visual.
typically not out at 2 a.m. So would that be then up to PD?
So then if our patrol personnel didn't feel confident to go through the process properly, we gather the information, give it to code enforcement, they can do some follow-up with that. But typically we get the necessary identifying information to ensure that we're dealing with the proper person.
The one thing I didn't see is the ice cream trucks. So the city used to license ice cream trucks. They'd get two ice cream vendors a year. Is that being continued? Did I see that in here? Do we have?
Part of the municipal code that's not being amended at this time. So the ice cream, as we refer to, as staff refers to, the ice cream man ordinance is staying the same.
The ice cream.
We're
man
not changing,
ordinance?
we're not changing it.
What
Yeah,
about the Lotte man?
Yeah, Lotte man, he's on
That's
there
parked
too.
at the high school every day. I mean, you
person, ice cream person.
Lotte
don't,
man's darn
don't
But it's
touch
also
him.
just within residential
man.
areas. That ordinance
Mess
only
with the
applies to
Elote
just
man.
residential areas. And on school property, that's a different.
No, unless the school's allowing them to come onto their property, that they would be within the 10 minutes. Just anyone that is not included in that special event. I just want to add, just because we're talking about this, Fresno County Health Department has been on a huge enforcement push dealing with food vendors because of numerous complaints, not just in Selma, just throughout the county. I actually saw them on a Saturday night at Rosa Mendocino, like at 10 o'clock at night.
Wow.
Yeah, there were like 8 of them out there with the red vests.
Okay. All right. Hear that. Okay, anything else? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
I'm in agreement with most, but just the timeline, so I have to vote no on this. Okay, motion passes. All right, item 10, consideration of a resolution confirming report from the Code Enforcement Division on delinquent parcels for administrative citations and certification to the 23-24 Fresno County tax roll.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item simply requests your approval of the attached resolution so that we can submit these outstanding administrative citations to Fresno County tax rolls for collection purposes. We do have an updated staff report for both items 10 and 11 because we had several residents, property owners who came in and paid their outstanding fees since the agenda was published. But for the most part, all of the other fees are still outstanding.
Okay. Does council have any questions about the delinquent parcels and the charges?
I do have one, just, oh, I guess it must be she had two and she paid one of them for Miss Vasquez.
Rosa? Uh-huh.
Yeah, so she had two citations, but she paid one. Is that correct? Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's two separate citations for the same parcel and it looks like she paid only one of the citations. Yeah.
And were these the fireworks?
These
Or-
would be the fireworks,
Yeah,
$1,000.
The
yes.
amounts look like
Mhm.
they're the fireworks. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
And these differ from the next agenda items, and the next agenda item is what, nuisances?
Public nuisance like weeds, weed abatements, those kinds of things. They're smaller, obviously, in terms of dollar amounts, because the fireworks citations are much higher. But the same concept, we just need approval to send them over to the Fresno County tax rolls.
And everybody's been notified and they've had a
Yeah.
chance to have due process on this. and-
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
to
How many
contest this.
notices do we send out or how do you?
Yeah, generally we send out 3 notices before we start abating them through the tax rolls.
Do we have any questions from the public? Is anybody on the line would like to discuss this or contest any of these charges tonight? That will bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Just a brief, this is a public hearing item, so I'm going to back up and just open this matter to the public officially for public
Thank you.
comment. If anyone has any comments at this time, please come forward. Do we have anyone on the line or on the phone who would like to make a comment? We'll then close the public hearing, refer the item back to council. We have a roll call of 4 yeses, and I'll add my 5th yes to that. With that, we'll move on to our last public hearing item of the evening, the consideration of a resolution confirming the report of the environmental control officer on delinquent parcels for the cost of removal of structures, weeds, rubbish, refuse, dirt, etc., and sidewalk repair to the 23-24 Fresno County tax roll.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This would be the same type of procedure process as the previous item, where we would just open the public hearing and approve the parcel listing, which has been updated with new payments. But council or staff is requesting approval from the council to forward these to the county.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from city council before we open up the item to the public?
Does this also include properties, like residential properties?
Yes.
This list has to be too small
Well, this is
for the entire city.
for this fiscal year, for the ones that are outstanding that have not been paid, which we've noticed, which we've duly noticed. I'm sure for the next fiscal year, there will be a lot more that are currently in the process right now of being noticed. But yes, these are residential and commercial properties.
We'll open up the item to the public for this public hearing. Does anyone have any input for or against this item at this time? Do we have anybody online or on the phone who is for or against this item? With that, we will close the public hearing, refer the item back to council, and ask for any continued input from the council before a motion is called for. Hearing nothing, I will ask for a motion to approve this item.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, with that, we'll move on to departmental reports. City manager.
Nothing to report. Just like to thank staff for all their hard work. They're getting a lot done through the first half of the year, and I'm sure that will continue through the second half of the year. And once again, congratulations to Chief Peterson, excuse me,
Yeah.
for his retirement.
You're hoping he doesn't leave. That's why.
Exactly. Nothing else to report.
Thank you. City attorney.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Deputy City Manager, Development Services.
I think I've said enough tonight, but reminder of the development workshop on Wednesday at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you for that. Community Services Director.
Nothing to report, but I'm gonna miss you, buddy. That's all I got.
Chief Peterson, gotcha. I got a question for our Community Services Director. Status of playground equipment at Brentlinger, status of the senior center being closed, and status of Salazar Center being closed.
Absolutely. Our RFP just closed for Brentlinger, and I've got, we're starting that process of going through all of that. So it's very exciting stuff. Who doesn't love talking about new playground equipment? Very excited about that. So hopefully we'll have some updates for you guys moving forward. As far as the senior center goes, we're continuing to move forward with that. Public Works has begun the purchase of some Connex boxes so that we can begin to move everything out because obviously with all the work, I'm not sure of the city manager. Maybe you can help.
Yeah, the holdup has been the insurance company requiring structural engineering and those kinds of things to assess the extent of the damage. We finally got a report back. Now we're identifying our city engineer is actually helping us put together a package that we can go out to bid to actually do those. And we're actually hoping, I think you brought it up to city attorney recently about doing an expedited bid process for that so that we don't have to go out to full bid, just send it out to specific contractors because we can get it done a lot faster that way. But yeah, the timeline, I mean, we're still probably 2 months away from the start of any kind of real construction. But in the meantime, we do have to move everything out.
What are we looking on timelines? For the RFP for the playground equipment?
The RFP for the playground equipment?
For timelines for that, I just got back and we just closed it, so I will have an update at the next meeting.
And Salazar and the senior center both need structural engineering. Is that correct?
The Salazar Center, we determined that has a lot less structural deficiency. So it's mostly the roof. Public Works is going to go in there, change the flooring. They're going to do some painting. They already changed a lot of the lighting. So it'll look like a brand new building, but we're still, we need to go out to bid for the roof. And we did some changes, or we fixed the restrooms because the floor was settling there. But it's coming along. I mean, we probably, if we can get a good roofer out there to give us a quote, it'll probably be another 3 months before we can move anybody back in.
3 months. Thank you. Okay. All right. Fire Chief Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Obviously, I was having a little trouble getting words out earlier, but I did want to take this opportunity to thank you all for your commitment to the fire department. Very proud of everything that we've been able to accomplish over the last 5 years, and couldn't have done that without the hard work of staff and your continued support of the department. So thank you.
Best of luck with everything. Right. City Clerk, Public Information Officer.
Mayor, council members, members of the public, just a quick update on the freeway Caltrans project. So the current part of the phase of the project is scheduled to remain in place until September, which will coincide with the Golden State Boulevard project, excuse me. The update that we received as of Friday, August 4th, is that work is scheduled to begin in Selma between August 21st through October 15th. It looks like the concrete work will start between 2nd Street and Park on August 21st and progress north. So we are working with both Caltrans and Fresno County to work through what hopefully will mitigate some of the issues that we may see. So hopefully we know the issues that it will cause, but we're hoping with some planning and some of the information that we will be distributing not only to the businesses, but the community in general, to mitigate some of the frustrations that may happen. The Alphabet Street Road Improvement Project began on July 24th and is scheduled to be completed October 27th. Just a reminder that impacted streets will be closed to through traffic until roads are paved. The contractor is reconstructing one street at a time before proceeding to the next street. Barber Street Improvement Project is scheduled to be striped and completed August 10th. So we all know that traffic signals on McCall Avenue and Barber Street have been on a red flash mode and are scheduled to be fully operational once the striping is complete. That's my report. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Right. Police Chief Alcaraz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. In front of you, I give you a little bit of documentation to talk about an illegal marijuana grow that we located. I won't say timeframes, but our officers responded to a disturbance during which time they obtained information that there was a possible illegal marijuana grow within the city of Selma. Our patrolman authored a search warrant, which we're successful in obtaining. And once we found a team to serve that warrant, we were able to hit this house. I should say hit, for lack of a better word, is serve the warrant on this residence, which unfortunately we were a little late because we feel the suspects had taken the plants. However, they left some very sophisticated lighting and irrigation system within that residence. Additionally, they found packaging material, which further proved that there was an illegal marijuana grow and that someone was packaging this material for the purpose of sales. As well as that structure was deemed unsafe for occupancy, and it was red tagged by our code enforcement officer. However, after serving that search warrant, our officers located further information that showed of a possible secondary location with an illegal grow just outside of our city limits. They wrote a search warrant and served a search warrant on that residence just outside of our city limits. During that service, they found approximately what we estimate to be about $100,000 worth of marijuana, which was illegally packaged, as well as some currency that further proved, which we feel that they were producing this marijuana for the purpose of sales, as well as a illegal firearm was located at that location. Our officers then took that information and found a third location just outside of our city limits where we felt that they were growing marijuana again. Upon successful service of that search warrant, they found evidence that there was an illegal marijuana grow. They also found methamphetamines for sale, as well as other narcotics additionally that were being sold from that residence, or at least distributed, if anything. Additionally, found a high capacity magazine attached to an illegal ghost gun. So these three search warrants took well over close to nearly $100,000 of illegal narcotics off the streets, 2 dangerous firearms from dangerous felons. And I'm super proud of our personnel for doing that. And I would like to just really kind of reiterate, this was our patrol personnel, not our investigators. So this is something that I'm extremely proud of, that these young men took the initiative to go to an investigation, look past just the surface level information being told to them, taking that the extra time and care to further investigate a crime, and then this was the end result of that. So again, it just speaks to the commitment that our people have to serving the city of Selma and making it safer. And I just want to highlight that and thank them, because they're the ones that do all the work.
Awesome. Great work.
Additionally, over the next couple of weeks, we were going, as school starting, I believe, August 16th here in Selma, we'll be doing a traffic enforcement for 2 weeks leading up to the first day of school. So we're not just the first week of school, we're going to do a week before that as well to ensure the safety of our children. We put out some information to our through social media, letting people know that we're going to be out and about. And I expect that our people will be extremely visible and extremely active. So please tell everyone to please slow down, be mindful that school's starting. And just like everything, before school starts, the week before, typically there's orientations, there's things the kids have to go back to school to prepare for that first week of school. So we want to ensure the safety of our children, and we're going to do everything that we can to do that. So, and that is all.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
The Public Works, did we skip Public Works?
Did skip Public Works.
Nothing to report for Public Works, except that they are continuing to work on our street signs, and they've been hard at work with cleaning up our basins, as Councilman Trujillo mentioned earlier. But so kudos to Public Works.
Thank you.
And so I just have a couple things. I attended a funeral for my goddaughter, and this person, the reason why I'm highlighting it is in the course of what they were talking about, her eulogy, and just her name was Josefina Flores Cervantes. And basically who she was one of the pioneers of the UFW union. And so, hearing her story and hearing when it started, it was in 1971. So, Chief, you and I were not born yet. But basically it really, she was the pioneer, where she was there with Cesar Chavez. She was there with Dolores Huerta, and all of the pioneers from then, right? And one of the things that stood out to me, a couple things stood out to me, is she died at the age of 92. Her family, according to what they said, was, and also reported, was that they had to call the UFW officials to tell them to not call the grandma at 90 years old to go and march in Sacramento, because you called her, she was there. She would find a ride to get up there. And so one of the things, though, that I wanted to mention was, it really made me reflect back as to a few months back, I talked about nobody knew my story. And I actually found out more of my story through this process. And one of the things that with the son-in-law, when he introduced me to Dolores Huerta, he says, she is one of the first Mendozas. And I said, first Mendoza's, like, what does that mean? And he said, yeah, her grandfather and her uncle were one of the first ones that were with us. And so I thought that was very interesting, that I didn't know. I mean, I knew my roots, but I didn't know my roots. And then fast forward to this last weekend, I was able to take an aunt, which happens to be my uncle's daughter. We went to Pasadena for an event. And in the course of our conversations, she and her husband were part of that movement as well. So I got to really, hear a lot of the history of the UFW and just basically where I came from. But I just thought that was very interesting, that where, it made me reflect a lot. So I want to know more about her. Her name, like I said, was Josefina Flores Cervantes. And she had her last march to the cemetery on July 16th, I believe it was. And then also I attended the Dutch Bros ribbon cutting, and that was, really good because I'm so excited that Dutch Bros is here now. I can just get on the freeway when the freeway opens. I just get on the freeway and, get my coffee or my, was it the Rebel or the, what was it other one you said, the Palm something? Not Palm Springs.
Palm Beach.
Palm Beach. So I'm really excited to try a lot of those, their special
Oh, good.
menus. I also just wanted to say thank you to Chief Peterson. We're the same age. How you get to retire before me? But I guess it's, I probably should be looking at that to see if maybe I could do that too. But, you are going to be deeply missed, and I'm sure you'll be around, and you'll be at the groundbreaking for the fire department, the new fire department. And it's just, again, going back to my roots, like it's just all resonating. But I just wish you all the luck, and travel a lot and just have fun. Yeah, you're going to be greatly missed. And like I mentioned before, to all the staff, thank you for all your hard work. Just that vision too, and just moving our city forward and thinking outside of the box and just getting things done. And so I'm really excited about seeing our city grow. And so thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Trio.
First, I'm going to give a shout out to the Selma adult schools. They're starting their classes, and I'm saying this to the public. It's not only the ESL, the learning English, but it's also giving them a way of, the adult school. And I think it's really important that we bring it up because part of us as leaders, we want to change the culture in our community. We want to educate them, we want to get them to speak English, and we want them to start. So I firmly advise everyone that's in the community watching us to talk about the adult school that's coming up. The classes start the 8th and the 9th. That's one. I want to go back to what I said earlier. I commend our staff, our public works. I text our city manager and I said, it's my birthday, and one of the delightful thing I had was at 5 a.m. you had a tractor on front and back of my yard, and I was happy because they were really cleaning our pony base that my district has been talking about cleaning. That they were chainsaws. I mean, it was all going down, and it looked beautiful, and it still looks beautiful. That's part of change that we want in our community. That's part of development that we see that's beautiful. And that's how our community, acts. And as we walk our dogs, everybody goes, hey, did you see what's going on? And I'm like, yeah, man, they're doing a job. So for that, I commend you guys. I really, really commend you for that. Another one is Chief Peterson. I want to tell you, I give you the best of luck. I tell you the best of luck. Your future endeavors have everything to do with what you want to do with your family, right? And live life, right? We all, I speak volume in regards to living life, and I humble myself to you since 2016. I appreciate everything you've done for our community. You'll always be looked upon, valued, and I appreciate everything you've done. And it spoke volume of all your staff being here. So for that, I congratulate you and I tell you, live life, love life, and be with your wife, right? So in regards to just what we've been going through it as a city, we get phone calls as elected officials and we get emails and, some are good, some are bad, but at the end of the day, we stay strong and we understand that we have a vision. And I'm proud to say that as an elected official here with everyone here, what we do, we see change. And when you see change, it's not us making the change, it's you, the staff. So I am proud to, accept you guys all as a staff and tell you guys that I really, really, really appreciate every one of you guys because all the hard work, it's being shown. You could see it. You could see it on the community. So for that, I thank you guys. That's it.
Member Guerra?
Okay, with the interest of time, I'm just going to skip a few of these and get down to one of them that's really near and dear to my heart. I did attend a dinner that was given by the American Legion, and it was in honor of our fallen officer, Gonzalo Carrasco Jr. It was for Maximus, his son. And it was beautiful. Chief was there and a few of our officers, right, Chief? And they also had Carla, who is the mom, and she was there with her staff. And she comes from, she works for Dinuba PD. So she had their lieutenants there and they were there in support. But it was amazing. It was amazing to see the family. I got to speak to the father, the mother, Mr. Gonzalo Carrasco Sr., and the mom and his sister and siblings. And, as hard as it was to see them, I did see them at a different light. And, seeing them back 5 months ago, back in January when it happened, it was devastating. It devastated our community. But that's what our community is about, is we come together for everyone, doesn't matter who it is. And speaking to them, they were just in a different position now. And it was amazing to see when we were holding Maximus, the two PD departments were saying, who is he going to work for? Is he going to work for Dinuba Police Department? Is he going to work for Selma Police Department? And it made everyone laugh, so I just thought it was very special, and I commend the American Legion for doing this fund for him. They're going to continue to fund Maximus for the next 18 years and give him $1,000 every year. So when he's 18, he will have a little college fund for him. So I thought that was really amazing. And then just I just want to say, Chief, thank you for everything you've done. You're an amazing person. What you've done for the fire department is, you can't even imagine what you have done for Selma, especially bringing, our own ambulance, our own EMTs. I mean, that's amazing. When we get to speak about that to other cities, they're like, you have your own fire. I mean, when they see this stuff, they're amazed. And I want to thank you for everything you've done. I know the next person's going to have some really big shoes to fill. So, I mean, God bless you and your family, and you enjoy yourself.
Or Tim?
Yes, I'd like to thank the staff for all the hard work. We can tell how big this thick thing is today. I appreciate you guys working so hard, and Chief Peterson, we are definitely going to miss you. So thank you so much for your hard work. Mine's going to be really short. I have nothing to report. I went on vacation, so there's nothing to tell you. So hopefully you guys enjoy your Swiss candy that actually came from Switzerland. Okay.
I also want to say farewell. Chief Peterson, been through a lot. You brought a profit center in here. You made the fire department even more profitable. Great seeing you. On a human level, I really will miss you. Love our discussions. I can't wait to see how you do in Ironman Madison, because there's a good one there in Milwaukee. And I know you're going to be doing it because you've done them before. Just stay in touch. Really love to follow you and all of your great exploits in the future. You're not anywhere close to done. Can't wait to see what you do. And thank you for bringing your talent to Selma. You made a real difference. This week I met with County Supervisor Buddy Mendez to discuss the Golden State Corridor job because the county runs it. And he talked about various issues that they've had with YARBs and that they're getting to the bottom of those issues and that work is resuming again and they actually will be coming to Selma eventually. We also talked about SKF. He sits on the board as well as I do, and we're talking about issues with the SKF as we heard tonight. I'll be attending that meeting on Thursday, which should be a very spicy event. I'll be bringing the concerns of our city and our city manager to the SKF during my comments. Well, also any kind of closed session where I can add my input about how we definitely need SKF to contribute to our development and enable us, and anything I can do as our board representative, I will absolutely do. Had a great lunch with Chuck Rojas about all the jobs that are coming up in Selma. There's a lot of projects coming up and I know he wants to be part of that, and looking forward to working with him on that. It's been a while and it was good to have a working lunch with him again. Went on the walking tour with Congressman Costa at the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency Maintenance Facility, which is way beyond the foundation. It just every day it goes more and more, and hopefully we're on track for that February launch date. And one of the reasons that's a big deal is because they're going to be retooling the fleet and electrifying it, which brings up the issue, I think, for a future council meeting, and maybe I'll bring it for a future agenda item when I look at that next week or in 2 weeks at our next meeting. PG&E, we're just as we've been at kind of our horizon in terms of our limit at the sewer capacity, it looks like we're getting to be at the limit of our PG&E power grid capacity too. And I think the city's going to need to address that in terms of future growth. The city's moving in the right direction in terms of growth. And I want to thank all the employees and all the staff for pushing our city in the right direction. You're doing a great job and it's really much appreciated and well noticed and much noticed by the citizens and by everybody here on council. So thank you for your hard work. I think the name of the game here is to make our city better, to improve it, to improve service, to make it more livable. That's why I got on 11.5 years ago, is to make our city a better place to live. That's it. And that's what I want to see. And that's why I'm here. And I think there are lots of ways to make our city a better place. And I think we can all focus on our strengths and make our city better. And that PG&E concerns me because it just seems like they're slow to come out, and it's not their fault. It's just they're keeping projects back, like we hear about other agency out there. Lastly, I went to the Willy Wonka Jr. show, and it sold out for 2 weeks at the Arts Center. It was amazing. I got to go to the last day's show. They had a live auction item. I bid on this shirt signed by the cast, and I promised Sophie Little, who was, in my opinion, I'm a little biased, but I think she was the best squirrel out there on the stage. She was amazing. And I told her I would wear this at the council meeting and wave to her. So Sophie, great job. Keep up the acting. The chops are great. I know you have a great future. And this is one of those things that improves the quality of life in Selma, our Arts Center. It distinguishes us. And I love that we support that and we put public money towards that. And that's it from me. Do we have any, let's see, I think that's it. Do we have a motion to adjourn? We don't do oral communications at the end.
I didn't do it at the beginning because I can't.
Is council okay with?
Last time.
Is,
Yeah, you said it's no longer on the.
Council can agree to open up public comment again if they wish, as a council.
You want to open up? Okay, 3 minutes.
I don't even need 3 minutes. Who's in charge of Dinuba Avenue from Thompson to McCall? There's a lot of potholes down that street. And I don't know if it's county, if it's the city of Selma, but if somebody could look into that from where it opens up from the west, just west of Thompson, where it opens up into 4 lanes, or from there all the way to McCall, it's getting bad.
Okay, we'll look into that, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Dinuba, Thompson and McCall, right? Okay, thank you. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for